Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen joint budget hearings, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Notice the green. And in honor of St. Patrick's Day, we're going to have Mr. Kiley lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. There you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. You're going to have to bear with us a few minutes as we start this meeting tonight. The first item on the agenda will be a voting item, and it regards the annual process we go by for capital improvement projects, which we've heard now. We've heard deliberations on it on 2 meetings, including presentation by the Town Facilities Commission on a number of these items. And we're going to be, we have bond counsel here, thank you. The Board of Selectmen voted on these items earlier today. And in fact, we are going to be receiving brand new documents in just a few minutes, as Mr. Hiller will tell us right off the copier. So you'll have to bear with us while he walks us through that, and we get our bearings over what is in it and what is no longer included in the capital improvement projects. After we get done with that, we're going to go back to a question and answer format, and we're going to go through the Board of Education follow-up items. There's no public comment tonight for the Board of Education items, as that budget was heard on a previous evening. We do have a listing of questions and answers, and I appreciate Dr. Title and his staff providing those to us. But I'll ask you to walk us through that document with your team, and then we'll open it up to the board for any other remaining questions for the Board of Education budget this evening. Subsequent to that, we'll continue a Q&A format. We'll go through the Finance Department, the Purchasing Department, the Town Clerk's Department, the Administrative Services Department, the Assessor's Office, Tax Collector, Information Technology, and Unemployment Compensation. Then we do the Library, Penfield Pavilion, Waterfront, South Pine Creek, the golf course, and then finally we wrap up the evening in question and answers for all the not-for-profit organizations to which the town gives money in the course of a year. This promises to be a relatively long evening for us as we finish up our last budget hearing related to presentations. We'd like to thank Mr. Flatto, the administration, Mr. Hiller, Ms. Gardner, Debbie, and all our presenters for all their work and effort in the budget season. We appreciate it. And I'll just, as a programming note, remind everyone that Saturday, March 19th, that's this Saturday, at 9:30 a.m. at the Senior Center, the Board of Finance will be hosting an open town hall or public forum, specifically to hear any public concerns about about the budget that's still before us. And we have one more meeting next week, which is an executive session where we'll discuss, each of us, our issues. There'll be no presentations at that, but it'll be our perspectives on the budget. And then the final vote takes place on March 31st. So that's where we stand. With that, any questions, comments, concerns from my colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Hiller, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, the Board of Selectmen, literally within the past hour, finalized the capital projects resolution on votes by the Board of Selectmen. I have several documents, and not to confuse you, because as you indicated, these are, in fact, some of the paper is still warm coming off the printer. The call to this meeting had a resolution that was distributed, calling for $4,208,000 and some 17 projects. They were listed on Schedule A. I have copies of that resolution here if you don't have that with you, and because I think it's good for comparative purposes, and I have a limited number of copies for the public, if you want to distribute that. The next document I will have I'm sorry?
Passing,
Thing is that was provided the
The
other.
same that was provided yesterday in the
Different
call
dollar.
for this meeting.
okay. It's the same dollar amount.
That's the same dollar amount.
So what's the difference between what we
All
have
right,
and
the
this?
difference is now, and here's what the Board of Selectmen have acted on.
So this is just a copy of what
It's
we
a
already
copy
have.
for comparative purposes.
But this is a copy that we already have.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to bother, do you guys need this? Okay.
Some of you may already have it, or members of the public may not have it, but I also have, and Mr. John Staffstrom of Pullman Comley, our bond counsel, is with us this evening. The resolution as adopted, passed this afternoon by the Board of Finance,
Board of Selectmen.
by the Board of Selectmen, I'm sorry, which reduced this amount to $3,245,000. I will now distribute that to the board, and also copies, if Mrs. Gardner could distribute that to the public. Backing that up,
This is the new one, yeah.
this is the new one, $3,245,000. Backing that up is another document which Mrs. Gardner did, which explains each project, because certain projects, particularly in the area of the Board of Education, were deleted by the Board of Selectmen, but without prejudice, asking for the Board of Education to come back with more data, perhaps next month. If I could walk through the original list from the 4,208,000,
We have a minute to look at what we just.
and this is delineated on the spreadsheet that we just gave out.
So, Mr. Hiller, before you
ahead.
go any further, this document, which is the new bond resolution, has been fully updated for the work done by the Board of Selectmen this afternoon.
It has, Mr. Staffstrom hasn't had a chance to proof it yet because it's
Okay.
hot off the press. We think, with the caveat that it has to be proofed, we think we're
Okay,
online.
no, so Exhibit A has also been updated, and these are the projects put forth by the Board of Selectmen
That is
to us for
correct.
approval. Okay, and they total the $3,245,000.
$3,245,000, that is
Okay.
correct.
So now you're going to walk us through the second handout.
I will walk you through the second handout,
Okay.
starting from the Dwight boilers requested by the Board of Education at 315, reduced by the Board of Selectmen to $280,000.
Okay.
The fuel tanks at Holland Hill were deleted by the Board of Selectmen. The note, or in the comment column, you'll say, Board of Selectmen removes without prejudice to come back at a later date, asking for some more data from the town, from the Board of Education, and the Town Facilities Commission.
Okay.
The Jennings bathrooms were approved by the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
The Mill Hill ceiling lights, ceiling and lights were deleted by the Board of Selectmen based on the comments previously distributed to this board from the Town Facilities Commission. Previously in the project, and this had been withdrawn, and if you look at the spreadsheet, the Fairfield Woods Stratfield building had been withdrawn by the Board of Education. The Roger Ludlow Middle School and McKinley repairs, originally combined projects totaling $150,000, were reduced by the Board of Selectmen to $50,000 solely pertaining to the roofing repairs at the auditorium of Roger Ludlow Middle School. And the McKinley repairs, again, were denied without prejudice, seeking further legal remedies and other consultation with contractors. The Roger Ludlow Middle Cedar siding project was denied by the Board of Selectmen upon the recommendation of the Town Facilities Commission. The Tomlinsman facade project was similarly denied, however, without prejudice by the Board of Selectmen, requesting more information from contractors and the Board of Education. The playground, the removal of the wood chips at the playground at the Early Childhood Center and the expansion of that playground was approved at $105,000. The Board of Selectmen, in an effort to modify the operating budget of the Board of Education, added the local area network switching project, which is in the operating budget of the Board of Education at $450,000, with the understanding that this $450,000 be used by the Board of Education for their health insurance accounts. Getting to the town side, the $540,000 for the fire pumper was approved by the Board of Selectmen. The $250,000 flood control project for the Holland Hill area was approved by the Board of Selectmen. The roof at the senior center at Oldfield was reduced by the Board of Selectmen from the requested $1 million to $500,000 at Oldfield. The Harbor Road Bridge project, requested originally at $240,000, was withdrawn by the Department of Public Works. The remediation at the Regional Fire Training Center for $120,000 was approved by the Board of Selectmen. The request for the what I will broadly call the underground tank project, requested by the Board of, by Mr. White, the Department of Public Works, at $106,000, was increased by the Board of Selectmen to $120,000. I might add, I have a memo from Mr. White, which we can distribute when we get to that point, delineating his changes and also referring back to dollars that were approved in last year's capital projects resolution. The traffic signal repairs and changes at Fairfield Wood School were approved. The renovations of the bathrooms at Lake Mohegan were withdrawn and denied by the Board of Selectmen, since this will be covered through community development block grant funds. The roof at Old Academy, originally requested at $80,000, the Town Facilities Commission recommended at $90,000, the Board of Selectmen approved at $90,000. In addition to these projects, the Board of Selectmen added 3 other capital projects on the town side, one of which, or 2 of which, had been approved in the first Selectmen's recommendations within the budget. The John Deere backhoe, which was in the capital budget of the Public Works Operations Department, was recommended to be put into this capital improvement program. The 6-wheel dump truck with asphalt body, which had not been recommended in the first Selectmen's operating budget, was moved into this budget. And the bunker renovation project at H. Smith Richardson Golf Course, originally in the operating budget, again was moved to this budget. These projects total $3,245,000 combined between the town and the Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Hiller. My recommendation is that we start, we've all heard multiple presentations on the items that were previously included in the capital request. My recommendation, if my colleagues agree, would be that we take a further look at the items that are being added to this Some of them, I think, which were included in the operating budget. Do I have a question, comment? Mr. Tetreau?
Mr. Chair, just on our procedure or process.
Yep.
For the items that were removed from this, since this is a bond resolution, which is different than budget items that we might move up or down, basically, we can only deal with the items that were approved and passed to us in this resolution. So anything that's not on the table in front of us is outside of our authority to deal with at this point. Is that correct?
Actually, the way it has worked in past years, we've treated this somewhat similar to the regular operating budget items, that if an item has been requested by a department, that the Board of Finance has a right to review it if they wish to. So while our recommendation would be not to fund, you would have a right to review it and add it back. So you do have the flexibility to go either way on it. It's different than a kind of bond appropriation that we just reject and doesn't go to your board, because this is a CIP program that grew out of a budget process. So that's the way it has worked in past years, but I mean, it's really your choice as to how you'd like to do it.
Actually, Mr. Chair, we might want some interpretation on that. It would be my understanding that with respect to the budget, at this point, the Board of Selectmen makes recommendations to the Board of Finance, but it's in essence the Board of Finance's operating budget.
Yep.
With respect to bond resolutions, we can't generate a bond resolution. It has to come from the Board of Selectmen to us. So if we add something to this, this would be in essence generating a bond resolution.
I'm going to refer the
It's an
question to
interesting
council.
question. I know.
That's all. And I'm not arguing either
Most of the
side. I
time,
just
by the
want to
way, it hasn't
understand
happened
what's
that way, but I
appropriate.
do think there were one or two items in the past that did,
I do recall that.
Sure.
That's correct.
but not frequently. But it
Yeah.
is a good technically legal question to ask.
Does our bond counsel need a bit of time to answer that?
Certainly do. 'Cause I've never
All
heard
right.
it before.
So what we'll do is, let's go to the items that were, if everybody else is in agreement, let's go to the items that were added,
Tom,
so that we can ask
could I
questions
make
on
two
it.
comments before
Yes,
you get
Mr.
into the
Flatto.
items?
Yeah.
Just to ask first, I apologize, I got a few minutes late, we only had a short meeting. Paul, did we cover the bond resolution language changes?
No, we'll do that after we cover
We
the
didn't
items.
touch on that.
We did that first in our
There was
meeting.
one change,
Well, that's all right. Just, Paul, that's all right, they want to do it later, but just, I wanted to mention, we adopted a recommendation of a 10-year life on all these, as opposed to a further useful, and that was the unanimous vote for reasons I can explain later.
We'll do that after. Let's
Okay.
cover the items, and then we can go. What I'd like to do is get the items down, get everybody either comfortable or uncomfortable, whatever the case may be. And then when we decide what wants to be done with each of the items, then we can go to the actual language in the bond resolution, if that's okay with everyone. First questions on the items that were added. There's one item on here that says $170,000, the six-wheel dump truck with the asphalt. I just want to ask, this calls out to me that says there's no impact on the town operating budget. So this was not in the town operating budget?
Correct. The department had requested it, and I had removed the item from the list, but again, you would have seen it in your budget book as an item
That
requested
had
by a
been
department.
rejected?
But rejected by the first selectman.
Okay. The other items, however, were all recommended by the first selectman as part of the operating budget, the two other items. And then, of course, the $450,000 land item comes from the Board of Education. And that was
Correct.
in their operating budget, as I
Correct.
recall. All right. Mr. DeWitt, I'm sorry, did you have?
No, I want to know if you want to go item by item for
Yeah.
questions.
I think what I'd like to do, if it pleases the board, is go up to the top of the page with the first edition, which is the largest one,
Yes.
which is the Land Network Switching Pro for $450,000. And Dr. Tito, who would like to speak to this one?
And if I could just, if it's all right, Tom,
Please.
I suppose because our board did this. This was a motion made by Mr. Walsh, which ended up passing unanimously. And I think because it was a public executive session, so it was really something that the board did not request formally this way. So I don't want to, put them on the spot.
Sure.
Obviously, the superintendent can offer whatever he'd like. But the sense we had was this. We did reduce a number of things in the Board of Education list of suggested capital improvement items, and there was a recognition among all of us, I hope I'm speaking, fairly consensually on this, That the switch project is a very one-shot, large technology infrastructure project, and because of that, has an unusual impact on the operating budget. You know, the most akin thing I can describe is when we funded the Munis project through technology, through bonding. You know, there was over $1 million project. This is about a $500,000 project, and it seemed to be the type of long-term useful life and, you know, long-lasting stuff that it was worth considering for this. But the idea did come from Selectman Walsh, and we all bought into it.
Did the Board of Ed provide any information did the Education Administration provide any information at the Board of Selectmen's meeting?
We asked them a few questions about useful life and stuff like that. Which
Can we have that same discussion here?
Can someone point to it in your budget book? Because I don't find it under your capital.
Capital outlay.
I think it's 73. 173.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi. I think we had a short discussion about this, if I recall.
We did.
About the sexy network switches.
I think that's exactly as you guys put them.
That was my term that Nancy liked. 173 describes it. It's the final year of a project. The questions were, are these designed to last 10 years? The answer is yes. And the other question was, is that something that we would do, you know, during the next school year? And the answer is yes. I also pointed out that we did not include in our capital budget, when we put it together, any technology. Because at the time we put this together, it was really unclear whether technology qualified. As a matter of fact, I know there was discussion at this board about should we bond it or not. There was also discussion about some new guidelines about capital projects, and the new guidelines that were proposed had technology in it, but at the time we put this together, they hadn't been approved. So this is a large item that if we had known clearly the technology was eligible for this list, we probably would have put there. But at the time we put this together, we didn't put any technology in here because it was such a discussion point. So that's we were sitting at the meeting when it just came up. So one of my concerns was that we not end up reducing our technology operating budget by this amount. That's just going to create a hole for us next year to fill. But I was assured that was, you know, not the intent. So that was as far as the discussion went.
Great. Can Mrs. Burns come up? And if that's okay?
Yeah, oh,
but,
great, yeah, she's here.
So we can
Bring
get-
her up.
'cause I know we're gonna have
She's the
some-
expert.
Yeah. Good evening, Nancy.
Right.
Thank you. I'll turn it over. Any questions from board members? Mr. Bellitto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question isn't about the project so much as about the understanding that the $450,000 freed up in the Board of Ed operating budget will be used for health insurance. Can somebody speak to that a little bit more specifically?
If I could just do 30 seconds, that was a suggestion from our board as a sense of the body. There's no legal, this is a capital improvement program, so we made some comments about, well, some thoughts on operating issues, but we had no formal, nothing formal on that. But the board did hear us.
Dr. Tattle, would you care to speak to it?
Well, it's, you know, it's a classic of line item control, right, versus bottom line. You know, obviously, I know that's a huge issue, and, you know, I think we just have to talk about it. The board will have to talk about it. If we're going to make an agreement along those lines, I think that's something the board would have to vote on, have to get down in writing, and everybody would understand where everybody's coming from on it. I don't think that I can speak for the board or on it. I mean, I know it's a sensitive issue, and if it helps in some way to resolve the larger issues, obviously we want to play ball. I think there also could be some sentiment that, you know, depending on where we are, you know, in, say, next January with our projections for that fund, that there may or may not be necessary to add to that, depending on whether the projections from Aon are on or not and what our experience is. So I think it's a discussion point,
Okay.
but it wasn't something the board could commit to. I mean, it really, literally came up at 4:30 this afternoon.
Right, understand that.
Yep.
Let me just ask this one follow-up question on that issue. Absent that agreement, would we still be moving this item into the capital improvement program? If that was not a discussion point, if it were not discussed, there was not that potential, would we still be moving that item?
Well, I can't speak for Selectman Walsh or Selectman Stenick because we didn't discuss it quite that way. I guess from my point of view, I know there's a policy and a desire not to bond technology. I do think this is a large single-shot, single-generation item, and if Jim had brought it up, I probably would have supported it either way. I hadn't thought of it to bring up myself at the meeting, but I don't have a problem with it either way.
Okay.
I guess would be my answer.
So this wasn't a situation where it was a quid pro quo, or this was done in consideration of something else being done. It's an independent movement from one budget to another, and the agreement's just for flavor and to give a context, is my understanding. Correct? All right. Can I just make a formal request that if such an agreement does get made, that we are in on the loop and it's committed to writing and there's no misunderstandings for future reference, please? Thank you.
Sure.
I'll draft it.
Mr. DeWitt.
Sign it.
I guess I'm following up on Dr. Title's point, and maybe Mr. Bellitto's as well. So we have a policy on bonding and capital purchasing. I don't rightly remember if this actually came to the board and we voted on it and had a sense of the body. I thought we did. But it does clearly say no technology. I mean, it's pretty clear. Number 7 is pretty clear. My copy still says draft, but this is not a draft any longer, right? This is our,
No, we didn't vote yet. Go ahead.
all right. So this is still a draft, right? Okay. So. It
Yes, it
did,
did.
and I think Mr.
And-
Kiley generated this off of a lot of prior discussions.
Yes,
so-
it did.
And I think this is,
It was held over to be done right after the budget season.
right, so, okay. So, we seem to be in violation of this policy we're hopefully going to adopt.
Well, can I jump in a little? This is really, to me, this is infrastructure. Okay, I mean, this is behind-the-wall stuff, so if you were trying to distinguish from end-user stuff from infrastructure, I mean, I think there's probably a line in there somewhere, because when you renovate a school and you do technology behind the walls, you bond it.
Yeah. All technology
so-
spending must be expensed through annual budgets with the exception of hardware and software directly associated with the expansion of current classroom space or town-owned property, which is not the case. This is a replacement for an old switch.
Right, that's correct. That's correct.
Mr. Kiley, did you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is more along the lines of what type of switch it is. I think Nancy spoke about it last week. Is it the kind of switch that I'm associating with a telephone system that would be more traditional, moving phone calls and phone messaging across an organization's phone lines, or is it strictly for computer-to-computer, more technological communications?
Well, the switches we're talking about are data network switches, but
Okay.
they would be supportive of voice over IP if that's what you're referring to. So, but as far as their functionality is concerned, yes, they switch, they route the information stream from the desktop machine out into the network, out of the building to the internet or wherever, and route the traffic back through.
So it's more data network than the traditional PBX I'm thinking of.
Right, this is a data network switch.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions, comments from board members? All right, I've got a couple. Nance, what is the useful life of these switches?
About 10 years. We've gotten 10 to 12 out of the current set, so I think it's safe to say that that's a good number.
And you've got 10 to 12 out of the existing set. And this is year 3, so you've already done 2 years of this.
Right, we did a proof of concept
Yep.
the first year, so it was a small 2-school, let's see if this is going to do what we think it's going to do.
Yep.
And then went forward with the first half of the project last year, and we're asking to complete it next year.
So this is, God bless you, so we've already spent $450,000 one
About
year through and
$475,
operating.
yeah. Mhm.
And this is the second year, and it has to be done through a capital. Or, you're not asking for it, but that's what's being proposed.
Correct.
Okay. Does it expand the life of existing technology that we have?
No, but it allows the software that the instructional folks and the administration are using to function in a more productive manner, in that it allows us to use it, for one, and it moves the traffic faster. If we didn't do it, it's sort of like 95 at rush hour. That's
So it
what we're
improves
facing
the
right now.
functionality.
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back to, I'll speak for myself, and please, board members, chime in. We've got two substantial issues here. Number one, we've in the throes of adopting a policy and have been fairly certain over the last several years to not bond technology, right? Now, I will admit, because of the useful life of this technology, there's a more compelling reason to bond it than there is in the case of most technology. All right, specifically the useful life of it. But it is, as Mr. DeWitt read the policy, against what we're trying to accomplish. Now, at the same time, we have this issue with the Internal Service Fund and several unpleasant choices that need to be made at one point or another relative to that fund. So, I'm willing to say it if the Board of Selectmen weren't, that if this was a sole project that goes against our policy, I'm not sure that I would support it. I'm not sure where I am right now anyway, but I'm not sure I would support it for capital. If it was separate from getting that money freed up to go into the Internal Service Fund, period. I don't differentiate between the two. I'm looking to solve the problem inherent in the Internal Service Fund. I'm not looking to just bond technology and go against the policy that we've pretty much said we want to follow. So I need more over, what we're going to do here if we take this and capitalize it as to what's going to happen with that $450,000. Otherwise, I would be breaking a policy that I believe in, that we've been striving to, without getting the benefit of taking care of what I consider probably the most severe issue or serious issue that's before this board during this budget season. So that's where I'm coming down on it. Mr. Tetreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of following on that, I realize, given the late-breaking nature, and I applaud the Board of Selectmen for their creativity in terms of coming up with this. Given the late-breaking nature, obviously you couldn't hold a Board of Ed meeting properly noticed in the last hour. Though actually you can get away with that with special meetings, I think. However, just when can you hold a Board of Ed meeting? How soon can you do that, and how soon could you commit to this?
We have a meeting on our next regular meeting is the 29th of March.
We were scheduled to meet on the 22nd, but some other board usurped the space.
Yep. Let me rephrase that, I guess. Is this an important issue for you? Is this an important issue for the Board of Ed in the central office?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would it be possible to arrange for a Board of Ed decision on this? I realize you can't commit, but the Board of Ed could. If you were going to do that, how soon could you call a special meeting to address that?
Call one, we can meet whenever we can get a quorum, next Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
For this issue, that's fine.
Okay.
I think we have a quorum here. We've got to go down the hallway.
I'm doing head count.
All right. And Mr. Hiller, since one of the reasons for addressing this motion, one of the time deadlines we have is that we're supposed to vote on this tonight. And we're supposed to vote on this tonight so we can get it to the RTM on a timely basis. It's not the RTM meeting, but the RTM committee meetings that we're trying to meet the schedule for. Can we get this on the RTM agenda? And can it be addressed at the committee meetings so that can be...
I think, and the town clerk is here this evening, the call for the RTM meeting is scheduled to be mailed tomorrow pending action tonight. The RTM committee meetings are scheduled for next Monday and Wednesday, the 21st and 23rd, with the RTM meeting itself on the 28th.
And if I could just point of information, because I don't remember if Paul said this at the beginning, three of the projects that we removed with a right to be able to come back to us in April. Did he get into this or no?
He mentioned that. He didn't give specific days of when it's
And
going
we
to come back.
actually expect those projects to come back. So we were anticipating we would have a few capital items come back for a process that may get to the RTM in April, and each of those we asked the board, could that work be done over the summer if we delayed it a month? So possibly, if this could be one of those, if you decided you needed more review or whatever, as opposed to, special meetings and stuff, just a thought.
All right, thank you. Part of it's process, and part of it is not to rush the Board of Ed and realize you can't commit. Part of it is that I suspect it's obvious that the internal service fund and our AAA credit rating are very important to the members of this board, and hopefully everybody in town. Thank you. So if possibly you could look at adjusting your process to get that to meet potentially the first Selectman's guideline, then I guess, Mr. Chair, if we could delay our vote on this until we have that other crucial piece of information, that might be one way out.
Thank you, Mr. Tetreau.
Also, so, if I'm hearing this correctly, to make sure we schedule things right, because there's other items that were essentially deferred without prejudice. I mean, there were some items that the discussion was, these are important to do, we're just not sure of the costs. We would bring this back as part of that package, so that the board actually could take action on this on the 29th. There would not need to be a special meeting. That would still meet your timeline, is that right?
That would meet our timeline, correct?
Okay. That'll work.
Mr. DeWitt.
I guess I'm a little confused. We have to vote on a Board of Ed budget, so are you going to just remove $450,000 from the IT budget on the thought that it might get through the next round of,
No, we don't vote till the 31st.
We don't vote until the 31st.
We have 2 days.
If I could just comment on that, I think one of the difficulties with this, waiting, as Dr. Title said, perhaps until this potential second round, which would be the fuel tank at Holland Hill, the facade at Ludlow, et cetera, you saw the list. One of the difficulties there is this board is scheduled to vote on the whole budget on the 31st of this month. And really, there's a requirement in the charter, that's sort of a drop-dead date, very frankly, because you have to present a budget 30 days in advance of the annual meeting, which is scheduled for May 2nd.
No, we understand that. But I guess here's one way it can be done. And it can be done by the March 29th day. Now, might not like it, but here's a way it can be done, is that you can hold your meeting on the 29th and vote to either accept the deal or not accept the deal. If you don't accept the deal, and we've already approved the capital item for 450, we can just vote to cut it out of your budget.
Correct.
Now, we can't take the line item out, but we can say, we're reducing your budget by 450,000 and take it.
I guess the only thing I would like to know is, from my perspective, and probably from the board's, is that were the board to agree to make an additional contribution of $450,000 in the 11-12 budget, would then this board go ahead and bend its rules to, in fact, include this as capital? Because if it doesn't matter, in other words, the rule's the rule, then there's no point in our having the conversation.
I
So,
agree with you there. I mean,
without voting, because I hear consternation about that, and I just don't, why should the board have a conversation about this if it's just going to come back and people are going to say, well, sorry.
I agree. I'm
Okay.
going to go to Mr. Stone, then I'm going to come to Mr. Kiley, then I'm going to go to Mr. Bellitto. Then I'll go to Mr. Brockfeld. Sorry.
Did I not?
I think,
I didn't see you.
No, I thought I still had the floor from,
Oh,
you want it? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I thought you were done.
no. But that's, you're helping me with all my segues here. Just Chris DeWitt here is not going to vote for this in the capital improvement package. Regardless.
Okay, that's-
Nor am I inclined to vote for it as a capital project later. So, your point is valid. Are we going to come back and have that debate? At least with one-ninth of us, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Stone. Sorry, Mr. DeWitt, I thought you were done.
Not a question, but when we're talking about bonding, not bonding technology, I don't know if this is the technology we're really thinking of. When I was thinking of technology, I think of smart boards or computers or something like this. I'm not sure that this falls into the real definition of technology.
Yeah. It's like
Mr. Kiley, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple thoughts. I think I agree with what Mr. Stone just said based on Nancy's comments and my understanding of PBXs and funny things in the closet and all that stuff. So I think I can get myself, somewhat grudgingly, but past the does it qualify to be bonded, period, and stick it in a 10-year note. I think I can get past that. So that's where I would disagree with Mr. DeWitt, at least on this item this one time. The other point is, it comes back to trust. A couple of years ago, I know I had to get up before the RTM and speak to the RTM about the reduction of the $512,000, and we had to convince everyone and get them to trust us that we were going to take care of that matter when the funding became known to us. And there was back and forth, and Mr. Flatto got up, and I got up when I was chairman, and I know Mr. Flynn got up and spoke about it, and others did, and we convinced each other to work together on it and to trust each other because we're all here for the common good of the schools and the town and the taxpayers. So I think we have to find some of that here. We have options tonight to vote this out, leave it in the budget, do nothing. It doesn't reduce the budget from the Board of Ed, and it doesn't increase or capitalize this item. We could include it in capital like we just talked about, take that risk and extend that trust, that if there is intent on the administration's part and the Board of Education's part to use those funds to reduce the use of the next year's budget against the medical reserve, I mean, if that's what I'm hearing, I think I can trust the people who are telling me that, should I hear that, to make me comfortable enough to vote for something that would mechanically do those two things. I mean, I'm not trying to horse trade here, I'm just trying to extend the same amount of trust outward that we took a couple of years ago when we had the $512K that was in front of us. So if I could be convinced that that was the intent pending this meeting, or even if we wait for this meeting, I would be okay with it.
You're where I am. I'll go to, I think it's Mr. Bellitto, then Mr. Branchfeld, then Mr. Tetreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of points. First of all, the policy that we've been talking about regarding bonding, of course, is not a formal policy. So even though our intent has been made clear through our actions over the past few years, the fact remains it's not a formal policy. Another point is that even with this policy, it was, I believe, intended to allow for exceptions, that this is what we're going to normally do, but there may be instances where we need to deviate from policy for particular circumstances. So there is a certain degree of flexibility in there. However, I'm not at all comfortable with the idea of tying capital projects to agreements or other, horse trading, for lack of a better term. I think that gets us down a very slippery slope. I think a capital project ought to rise and fall on its own merits and not be tied into any other item. I think the issues we have with the internal service fund ought to be dealt with there. I believe that this, if it's going to be considered a capital item, ought to rise or fall on its own merits. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of having a quid pro quo going across capital items to internal service fund issues. I just don't think that's the right way to do it. It's a creative proposal, and I appreciate that, but I think it gets us down a slippery slope that we don't want to go down. So it sets not a positive precedent in my mind. That's just my thought. Thank you.
I'm going to Mr. Tetreau. Mr. Branchfeld, then Mr. Tetreau. Sorry, and then I'll come back. Mr. DeWitt, was it you?
Nancy, can I ask you a further question on the
You certainly may.
Oh, thank you. Just to circle back to the whole issue, the whole technology issues. I don't claim to have very much expertise or knowledge about the behind-the-wall technology. I'm pretty good at operating my computer, but when it comes to how the information gets in and out of it, I have no idea. So what I'm hearing from you is a little, not concerning, but just a question I'm having, is that we have a switching system in place for approximately 10 or so years, right? And it works, right? I mean, it's becomes antiquated, but it works, right? And I think that no one could have anticipated a couple of years ago, probably, maybe you did, the amount of demand on these switches and on the so-called, what do they call it, the highway.
Information highway?
Thank you, yeah. You know, with the Netflix now and the movies that are being streamed, I'm talking about the home stuff. I hope you don't do that at school. And, but what I am concerned
Different
about.
stuff, same idea.
What I am a little concerned about is that part of the rationale, and everybody seems to be saying where they stand. Right now I'm on the fence on this whole thing, but the part of the rationale that I'm hearing is that this is not like buying a PC where we really expect it to last 3, 4, 5, 6 years maybe at the outset, and we know we're going to have to replace it. That this is more of a longer-term item. You're saying 10 years. But you know, if I bought just to use an example, a Volvo, right, you know, a well-made car, it probably could last 10 or 12 years with decent care, but that doesn't mean I want to keep it 10 or 12 years. Maybe 5 or 6 years later, there'd be new technology, you know, navigation systems or God knows what, and I want to move on to the new one. So what I want to make sure I'm hearing from you is not that this can last 10 years. I have no doubt it can last 10 years, probably could last 30 years, right? I'm asking you, well, maybe, I'm asking you whether or not this is something, to the best of your ability, that you think we'll want to be keeping for 10 years. That not 5 years from now you won't be coming back to us and saying, you know, we operated in good faith, but, you know, we had no idea that they were going to be sending, you know, grocery orders over the internet, literally actually, and that we need a new upgraded system, even though this one still works.
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't guarantee you that there won't be some paradigm shift in the industry that would cause something to change my mind, let's put it that way. But based on the information available to us today and the projections for where the growth that we're providing to the network, in other words, the additional speed and capacity that we're adding with this project, I do expect that it'll take 10 years, that we'll get that life
That's your
out of them.
Your best guess. Okay, I appreciate the candor. Can I just have one follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. The second thing I'd like to say, as long as a few members have you know, expressed some more global opinions on this, I'd like to do one as well, which is that I think I have a sentiment that's more in line with Mr. Bellitto's, which is, and Mr. Kiley used an expression, horse trading, and that's what came to my mind when I heard this. I think what's concerning me, and I may not express it that well, is that we have two problems, at least one big problem, which is the internal service fund problem, and then we're trying, I just feel like this is not necessarily a good idea, and in fact it goes against what I think is the spirit of our policy, but in fact it's something where we just said, you know, what can we do to come up with a way to make this thing better? And all we're doing is, I mean, just so we don't kid each other, is that we're taking a $450,000 project out of the budget and we're just putting it over the next 10 years on the taxpayers for 10 years. It's not like it's not, you know, people, one of the complaints I've had in these meetings is that I think often people don't realize that bonding is spending. I've asked Mr. Flynn, partly in jest, that we actually get rid of the word bonding, that we don't use it, that we call it spending. It just happens to be spending that's spread out over a couple of years. So I would say that I don't really have any opinion at this particular moment about how we necessarily should clean up the internal service fund problem. But I'm not 100% sure that the way to do it is to come up with another idea that we probably wouldn't be in favor of otherwise. And I think that's what each board member has asked themselves, is whether or not this is a good idea on its own before we just say we're plugging in an idea to fix another problem.
Mr. Tetreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that in looking at this and listening to the description of the technology, to Dr. Title's point, I guess I would call this low-tech technology. I think that if this were a telephone switching network, we wouldn't necessarily be talking about putting this in the operating budget, because those are typically one-time issues. When we talked about taking technology out of this specific bonding area, we're really talking about the repeated annual purchase of computers. We used to call this non-recurring capital. I would suggest that when we buy this switch, we're not going to be buying a switch a year.
Right.
This is the definition of non-recurring capital. It's low-tech enough that it's not changing with the, I'll call user interface. When I think of smart boards, computers, operating systems, I think of a lot of user interface stuff that has a relatively short life. I think the design life of this is much longer than that. And if maybe our usage wasn't going up, the current switch might even be working for longer than it is, but it seems usage-driven, so we've got to buy a bigger highway than we have now. So that would be kind of one. Even when we pass the bonding as its technology guidelines as they're written, I would still call this something that we would either make an exception for very reasonably or would not meet my definition of the technology we're talking about in those guidelines. Two, I think that again, I do applaud the Board of Selectmen for coming up with an approach on this. If I look at this standing on its own, I could very easily see this moving over to the bonding side. So then I think the second question is, do we then, as we would with some of these other items, then cut the operating budget to lower the tax rate to allow for the fact that we are paying for it over a few years or spending this money over a few years rather than all at once? But I think given the need and given we're searching for creative solutions to our internal service fund issue, that appropriately using this $400,000 and change to help fix that, if this were next year and we didn't have an internal service fund problem, I wouldn't necessarily be looking at that. We just lower the overall, say we take it out of the Board of Ed budget, lower the budget, everybody's happy. The Board of Ed gets all the product and services they want. The town gets a lower tax rate. We spread it out as we would. In this case, to me personally, freeing up this money, if we're going to leave this 400 and something thousand in the Board of Ed budget, which is really the unasked question at this point, if we're going to leave that in there, then I would expect that I would look for that to be used for the internal service fund. Otherwise, we can take it out of there and we can use it on the internal service. We can put it into the internal service fund without that.
That's what Tom said.
So I'm okay with either side of that. So I think that if we were going to ask the Board of Ed to trust us, I guess it would be fair of them to ask, and I'll ask on their behalf, that we take a sense of the body motion if we're going to move in that direction. So they have an expectation of what the vote would be when they come back to us. If not, and Mr. Chair, perhaps you or somebody from the administration can tell us, if we were to reduce the Board of Ed budget, because we move this out, reduce the Board of Ed budget by whatever the amount is, 450,000, how could we effectively take that 450,000 and put it towards the internal service fund? If somebody could describe that transaction.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier today, Mr. Flatto.
Yeah, briefly, the only way one would do it would be to reduce that departmental budget by that amount and then increase one of the town side lines that would go into that fund, whether it's health insurance or whether it's risk, workman's comp, and increase it by a like kind amount.
And that's only if you don't have, that's only if the Board of Ed doesn't agree to put the money directly into the medical reserve fund anyway.
Well, if that's the approach you're
Yeah.
taking,
It-
yeah.
Except that in that case, it wouldn't matter, and forgive me,
That's right.
guys, they wouldn't have
already
to
taken
trust
it out.
us. If we basically move this out and then cut the operating budget to reflect that $450,000
That's exactly right.
movement, then the Board of Finance would be at its discretion
That's correct.
to move it into the internal service fund, however we do that. That makes their process simpler, no special meetings required.
But it
Well,
lowers their base
that's
budget
the
by
problem.
450,000.
Exactly. That's the
He wants
problem.
to keep the 450,000 within his operating budget.
Right.
But just put it towards the medical
got
expense,
it.
if I'm listening
That's
to
right.
Dr.
Okay.
Title. So
Right.
that he doesn't have the hole in increasing his budget so much next year.
You got
That's
it.
the reason
That's
to
the
say you
incentive.
want the agreement from the Board of Education to do it.
Right.
I think several of us are at the same location as to whether you want to call it quid pro quo, horse trading. The doomsday scenario here is put it in the capital budget, leave it in the operating budget, and not fund the internal service fund. What we want to do is put it in the capital budget, but fund the internal service fund.
Mr. Flynn, if I can, as you suggested earlier, the Board of Ed already has a $2 million cliff
Yep.
coming up next year. The 1.9 from the reserve isn't going to be there. There's 1.9 million more in expenses in the budget than there is revenue from the town side this year. So that's going to be captured in an increase anyway next year, on top of whatever other increases there are.
well, it's not quite that
And this
bad.
lowers that, and this will lower whatever that cliff is.
That's right.
It's a more true, it's actually a more accurate, it's not completely accurate,
Right.
but it's a more actually accurate depiction of the expenses that are incurred
But we're-
by
we're
leaving
also-
it in the Board of Ed budget.
But we're also losing the cliff of the $512,168. It won't be there.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but
Right.
we're
So there's
we're
some
getting,
reverse cliffs.
yeah, but we're getting the benefit of not having the 450,000 that's helping drive the increase this year up to 4.5%. So it's a way of increasing that and lowering our tax rate over that.
You're not going to lower your tax rate.
You're moving the money around.
You're just moving it.
That's right. If we add it back into the internal service, you're correct, because we're going to spend it someplace else. You're correct.
Exactly.
You're correct.
Mr. Kiley, I have to go to Mrs. Leclerc and Mr. Brown, who've been waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, well, they had been waiting first. Mrs. Leclerc and Mr. Brown, and then Mr. DeWitt. Go ahead, Mrs. Leclerc.
I had a question for Ms. Burns, and that is, I want to make sure I'm understanding what these switches are. Is it almost like electrical wiring would be like attached to the wall or inside?
No, it's an actual box. Think of it as sort of like, it looks like a suitcase, and it has these parts that slide into it. And basically, it's where the wires from your computer that are, you know how you plug them into the wall? And the wire behind the wall goes into the closet. And then that wire plugs into the switch, basically with similar outlet to what you've seen in your wall, the other end of it. And then it is connected out through the building, out to what we call our wide area network switch, which is the, think of it as the gateway or the door out to wherever the information needs to go in order to get a response.
So is it easily moved, or once you put it into
Well,
place, it's?
Yes, they slide in and out like any kind of device would. You don't want to move them frequently because you have all the wiring that's attached. In other words, you can unplug them and you can move them if we needed to move a closet, but typically you don't move the closet because you've got to move all the wiring in the walls, and that's expensive.
I'm trying to see my way through calling this as like a capital improvement. And we haven't really been consistent on it. But I think it is kind of a gray area, and because it's technology, I want to see that technology gets done, because I think that's a really important piece of our education system. And my other piece is that I do want to see that the funds go to the internal service fund. It doesn't matter to me so much whether it's through the town side or the Board of Ed side, but that it does get funded if we do this piece.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
DeWitt, Mr. Bellitto.
Just so I don't rehash what everybody has said, I'm more in line with what Mr. Kiley had presented. I think, and in horse trading, I think you know, that does sound kind of underhanded. But this is more of an agreement, I think. And I think every once in a while, it's okay to come into an agreement when you want to move things forward. And I think that's where we're at. I'd see bonding this is appropriate based on what I've heard. And I do think after the past couple weeks in this conversation tonight that the Board of Ed itself will put the money into the internal service fund. But I guess that's part of, we'll wait and see, but either way, it'll be handled. So just, if we're getting a sense of the body, I'm more inclined with going along with this.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. DeWitt.
I'm going to be the philosophical one up here, because I'm really upset. You guys can I'm probably red in the face right now. Mr. Kiley said, you know, a lot of things we do here are about trust and faith. You know, last year we told Mr. White, we're going to give you $1 million every year to do paving. And until they kick me out, I'm going to vote every year for that $1 million. Now, we're horse trading. I don't know how else to say it. This is horse trading, clear and simple. We've been talking about, at least for the 4 years I've been here, about not bonding this stuff. And the selectman just ignored this. And a gentleman who's been in his job how long? 3 months?
Actually, I think it's 8.
8 months.
No,
I'll give you a
no more
year.
gray hairs, though.
Knew, stood
I
in
had to
front of
think
us
for a
tonight and said,
second.
oh, geez, I didn't think you wanted that in bond. So,
Right.
you know, Dr. Title knew we didn't want this there, didn't put it there in his budget. But the selectman completely ignored everything we've been talking about, at least what we've been talking about since I've been here for the last 4 years. So I'm at a loss where the faith and trust is. And I'm at a loss why anybody trusts or has faith in anybody. I really am. It's bad. It's ridiculous. You guys are all laughing.
No, we're not laughing. I just,
This is really, really not good.
if it's okay, Tom, I know Jim wanted to speak, maybe because he initiated just to answer that.
Mr. Bellitto, you okay?
That's fine, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mr. Bellitto. Yeah, please.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Here's the thing that I'm concerned about. kind of the tinderbox that has been at the center of this whole controversy over the last, several meetings is the agreement that was made between Mr. Flatto and Dr. Clark a couple of years ago. It was an agreement that was made with the best of intentions and was made to address a shortfall in the budget back then. Back then, it dealt with workman's comp. Here we are a couple of years later, and it's still the subject of controversy, and we're still trying to deal with it. Now, what we're talking about here tonight is essentially doing the same thing over again, which is coming to some sort of a side agreement that will address a shortfall in the current budget, and who knows where it's going to lead a couple of years from now. I just think at some point you have to learn your lesson and realize that certain things, even with the best of intentions, don't work. So, while I'm not saying yes or no in terms of how I'm going to vote on it, I think it's an issue of concern. I think it's something that each of us as board members need to get our arms around, that while it may be for good purposes and it may get us a short-term desired result, where's it going to lead us 2, 3, 4 years from now? Are we going to be having the same arguments about this agreement that we're having now about the agreement that was made a couple years ago with Dr. Clark? So, again, sometimes the best of intentions doesn't mean the way of getting there is the correct way. I think we have a problem we need to deal with. We want results. We want to have a lower tax rate. We want to have the internal service fund be in better shape. But I just don't know if this is the mechanism that we want to use to accomplish that. And I think it's something that we need to discuss further. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh.
Well, I'm the reason why we're all talking about this, because this was my idea. So, Mr. DeWitt, if you're mad, you should be mad directly at me, because this was my direct idea. And it was formed today while trying to find a solution to some of this internal service fund issues. It was also formed, and you'll hear some talk about some other things we did today at the Board of Selectmen, because of what I see personally as a huge hole in our workers' compensation area. And in trying to find a solution for the taxpayers of Fairfield, where I'm not going to have to sit here and vote for increases in our taxes this year, something I don't think the taxpayers of Fairfield want to do. So you could call it horse trading, you could call it thinking out of the box, you could call it creative thinking, and maybe it hasn't followed all of your procedures that you've followed, but to be quite honest, there is no formal procedure. And to say we don't bond technology is not exactly true, because I've been involved in the town for more than 12 years, and I've funded schools, and there's technology all over those schools that we bond. I mean, there's things in this room that consider technology that, I mean, Mr. Hiller could probably tell you was part of a bond. This, to me, was a specific item, and I thought long and hard, because I heard that this Board of Finance did not want to bond technology. So I looked, when I was scouring the Board of Ed's budget to try to find a way to get them to put more money into the internal service fund, I looked at this long and hard, and I have a switch in my office, and the switch has been there for 8 years, and I'm not anticipating removing it until the thing dies, because it still works the same way it always has. And it's, like you said, a suitcase that has a bunch of Cat 5 ports on it, and I never see it unless I open that closet for some other problem, but it's never the switch's problem. There's no software as part of it. It's basically a piece of hardware. It's like electrical things being in the walls. It's, whatever. So to me, with the lifetime, I thought it was something different. And I am creatively trying to find a solution to the internal service fund problem without causing taxes to go up. I'm being honest with you. You call it horse trading if you want to, but maybe your board needs to sit down and have a policy manual on when you list technology, or television's part of technology, I mean, we fund lots of things, and they're part of bond resolutions that are technology. And I think that if we don't do something like this, we're really going to have to find some really, really creative solutions, or just raise taxes. And, that's another item too. But I thought we had the opportunity with the fact that we had cut a number of projects. Our Board of Selectmen cut a number of projects, multiple 250,000. I don't know what the total amount that we cut today was off of the capital improvement projects. So in regards to the bond, I didn't see that. In essence, we were still decreasing it. So I thought we had an opportunity. I proposed it. Our board agreed with it. I wasn't trying to get you angry. I'm just trying to find a creative solution to get a solution to this problem. And if they can, it's not going to be a complete solution, but it would at least allow $450,000 if there's agreement with their boards and Dr. Title and the Board of Education to try to get there.
So, Mr. Walsh, just so a point of clarification, then I'm going to put it back to Mr. Kiley. You did do this with the specific intent that this money would stay somewhere in the operating budget, but be earmarked to be put directly to the internal service fund?
Yes. And I called Dr. Title today to just briefly, with this light bulb went off, to see whether this would even be something they would consider. He said we'd have to talk about it a little bit more. He thought it was a good idea, but clearly he said, I have no authority to make that decision. It's a Board of Education decision. This is a policy decision. They approved their budget, but I told him the only way I would do it, or otherwise I would cut his budget by $450,000, was if I knew this money was earmarked for the internal service fund. That's the only way that I would do it. Otherwise, I would just do it and cut their budget. And I would be the first one to make that motion at the Board of Selectmen table.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Kiley, you had...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple quick things, and thank you, Mr. Walsh. I certainly appreciate your creativity and your explanation of it. Quickly, without being flip, I do regret using the word horse trading. I think that's set off a conversation here that's...
I regret you using it, too.
Try the art of compromise.
The art of compromise would be a better selection of words. Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. I just wanted to circle back in my mind and just clarify for everyone's understanding what the unacceptable outcome here would be for me. I'm willing to go along and bond and trust and be flexible and go back and forth. The unacceptable outcome would be to move this into capital, to leave it in the Board of Education operating budget, and for the money to not reduce the use of the medical surplus. It's that combination of things which is the exact opposite of the spirit of what I'm hearing and what I agree to, that would be the unacceptable outcome. Getting to the opposite of that, I'm willing to work and make it happen. Thanks.
Ms. Stanek, and then we'll go to Mr. Stone.
Okay, I just want to say a few quick things. One, and I just want to bring the horse trading thing back in. This wasn't a letter. I'm only saying this. We brought this right out into the front. It was Jim's creativity that did it, and I voted for it because to me this is like technological infrastructure. It's not like computers. It's a little bit different. And Mr. DeWitt, I understand where you're upset because I wouldn't, if it was computers or something of that nature, which was going to have a 5-year life or 7-year life, something shorter than the term that we're bonding, then I would completely agree. I also felt that at our board, if it doesn't leave our board, it doesn't come here, I think, for most things. And so I thought it had enough merit to bring it forth and discuss this. So I think that this is a good opportunity, and I think we should do more of this, and I commend you on your creativity.
Mr. Stone.
Mr. DeWitt's 100% right, actually. If this is technology, then we don't bond for it. I mean, we've sort of made that clear. My personal opinion is this is not the technology that we're thinking of. We're calling it technology. I don't think it is. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll go Mr. Bellitto one more time.
One more time. No, this is an important discussion to have, and that's why I think even though we're taking a lot of time and there's a lot we have on the docket tonight, I do think it's an important discussion to have. While it's good to be creative, and I applaud Mr. Walsh for being creative and coming up with a possible solution here, I think we need to realize that what kind of got us into this mess was a creative solution in the first place. We need to look at what caused this issue with the Internal Service Fund. We need to look at the underlying causes of it and how we address those things. This will get us through this year. If we go along with this idea, it'll get us through this year. There's no question we may even be able to keep taxes, if not lower them, certainly at a level rate. But the question we need to look at is long-term. Where is this going to lead us? What road is this going to lead us down? While lowering taxes in the short term is an important goal, or at least keeping them level or a sustainable increase, we need to look at how we get there and look at the problems that are driving these increases and how do we address those problems. a solution like this is great for the short term, but we need to be looking at what's causing this problem in the long term. Why do we have this deficit in the internal service fund? Why do we have this back and forth between the Board of Education and the town about the fund? Why does this firewall exist between the two funds? Is it something we should be doing cooperatively rather than, one side against another? Are agreements on the side the best way to handle these situations? Again, even with the best of intentions, even with thinking out of the box. I just think that at the end of the day, we need to get down to the bottom of what's driving these problems and solve those at the source rather than fixing them with Band-Aids, for a better term. I just think that whether we do this or not, we need to get to the bottom of why these problems exist and come up with long-term solutions so that taxpayers today will reap the benefits, but taxpayers tomorrow will reap the benefits as well, because the costs get pushed down the line. We may fix things for the short term, but absent a long-term solution, we're just kicking the can down the street, and that's not responsible, and we need to be looking at the source of these problems. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from board members? All right, seeing none, last for me on this item. Here's the deal, from my perspective. I think whether you call this technology or not technology, I think it's on the line as to whether it is. I think, and you've heard board members go either way on this due to the useful life of it. I think Mr. Kiley and I are in 100% agreement in that. Even if you want to consider there's two different transactions, in effect, you're lowering the stress on the Board of Education budget by taking $450,000 out of it and saying that we agree that this is an item that is allowable for capitalization. Regardless of that item, that means that now your operating budget is higher by $450,000 because you would not have to pay for that technology. Our fervent goal and wish is that you take that $450,000 and put it where we believe you're dangerously low, which is into the medical reserve. I don't care whether you consider those one transaction or two transactions, but the bottom line is where we need to be is the technology needs to be acquired and the internal service fund needs to be made more reasonable. And the rest of it is nomenclature or form over substance. But the substance that we need to achieve is that we need $450,000 at least more to go into the fund, and you need the technology. And as you can tell by the board, it's arguable whether that technology is capitalizable or not due to the useful life and whether it's considered part of infrastructure or not. That's where I come down on it. Now, other than that, Mr. DeWitt, did you have something to say?
Well, since we're all thinking out of the box here, I guess we have $200,000 of town capital that is found money now. Mm-hmm. Is that going to help relieve our internal service fund?
Yeah, but we've got a several $million-dollar hole in that item.
I understand. So why aren't we going through all our capital budgets and just putting out one big bond?
I think
you got a $78,000 dump truck. You got $104,000 Mason dump trucks. I guess I'm at loss how you picked these three. I understand how you picked the 170.
That's a good segue into the next. Let's go on to those items.
Why, thank you.
One quick point of hate to do another point of information. Are you, usually you vote on them one at a time. You want to have a full discussion first and then go back and vote on each one? Because
I want to go to these three items, and then
okay,
we'll go one at a time. I just want to do the addition.
okay. Then just to answer Chris's question, what we did was kind of use a rule of thumb of 100,000 or more, which was one of the criteria in the capital improvement policy, and we looked for a few items that would fit that and that had a useful life of 10 years or more.
Go ahead, Mr. Tetreau.
Bunkers are going to last 10 years?
Go ahead, Mr.
Bunkers are going
Tetreau.
to last 10 years?
Yeah, because these are literally rebuilding the thing to, yeah,
probably last
according
4
to what Jerry's told me.
I don't play.
Depends on who plays in them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Tetreau.
Mr. Chair, I was just saying in reference to Mr. DeWitt's point, any of those other items might be appropriate to do the same thing with the exception of something like is it the 6-wheel dump truck? Because that wasn't in the operating budget. So
Right.
anything that the
And
board...
I'm totally with that one. I got
Okay, if anything they took out of the operating budget
Yep.
would certainly be an analogous situation.
I'm 100% with you.
All right. Can we have brief discussion on the 6-wheel dump truck?
I think you asked too much.
Yeah. He says, hopefully. The $170,000, we discussed the backhoe. The bunker renovation, quite frankly, I don't remember, so let's talk about the 170 and the 100 quickly.
This is a simple, we dropped a lot of things out of the capital fund, almost net, this is almost $1 million with all these projects, lower than what the budget book had in it, of over $4 million versus $3.2 million. And so I thought that it might be nice to look for one more project that we knew was coming in the next few years to consider in this CIP program. I mean, it was kind of as simple as that.
Mr. Tetreau.
Mr. Chair, just so we're kind of see the big picture on this, did the Board of Selectmen add up all those items that they said could come back with no prejudice, so we know how much might, we've got $3 million here now, are you going to add another $1 million back in 30 days? Is this going to be a $4 million?
That's a fair comment.
item?
There's about 600,000 of other items, some of which we think the price tag will drop, but there is theoretically that much out there that's in limbo.
I didn't, are those specific items on here that you are planning on having come back?
The ones that are in flux, and I appreciate that point, Mike, because I wasn't thinking that way, are the Holland Hill, the fuel tank, the possibly the Tomlinson facade work, and the 100,000 for the McKinley Elementary parapet work. Those are the three. So it's 100, 250, 350. It's about 470.
Okay, so roughly $500,000. Based on further research, most of those sound like reasonable projects, so at some point, this could be 3.8.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, just as a
Thank
side,
you.
probably 100 of that we think is not going to happen.
But you don't know.
But we don't know yet.
Right. All right, Mr. Brockville.
I have a comment, but it's more global.
None of the,
Okay. Do we, in the past, in prior years, we would vote line item by line item on this, just up or down what we wanted to put in the budget or what we wanted to adjust dollar-wise. We can do that now, total this up, and then go directly to the bond resolution items. The first question we have is a question for bond counsel regarding the items that have been removed by the Board of Selectmen, I think. Yes, Mr. Hiller.
Could I just remind you that the bunker renovation project had not been heard because the Smith-Richardson Golf Course item had not been heard yet. Mr. Lombardo and Mr. Curley are here tonight if you want to just discuss that briefly.
Yes. Are they here right now? Yes, Mr. Curley, Mr. Lombardo, please come out. We'll do the bunker real quick. Yeah, nothing's real quick. Again, I said hopefully. Mr. Stone, I think it's because you're talking so much.
And just an aside, as they're sitting, I think you remember they did present this idea of doing bunkers over a series of years last year, so it's not a
Yeah.
new concept.
Good evening.
I don't think they have to explain about the bunkers specifically, but.
Yep. Good evening. Thanks for having us.
Please remind us how this fits into the overall facilities plan and where you are. We know you've done some work in prior years or wanted to do some work on the course, so please.
Yep. I'll leave the detail to Jerry in a few moments, but just generally speaking, as Ken pointed out, in conjunction with last year's budget process, the Golf Commission went through the process of building a 10-year plan.
Yep.
Basically, the idea was to return the golf course to a state where, over time, it had been a bit run down. So the short answer is, and I know you've got a full agenda, so in interest of time, we felt that there was roughly $1 million worth of improvements that were required for the course, and we tried to prioritize those and spread those out at roughly $100,000 a year over a 10-year process or period. So that's where this year comes in. I think the number was roughly $98,000. I think it's related to the bunkers and the bunker renovation, but beyond that level of detail, I'll defer to you in terms of what you need to know.
Mr. Lombardo, where are you in that project? It's a 10-year project. How many have we done so far?
Of the bunkers?
Yeah.
None.
This will
So
be,
this is the first of the 10 years.
right, this will be the first of the, well, the bunkers aren't the full 10-year program.
Right.
Right,
Okay? Last year, you gave us the drainage work, the funding for the drainage.
right.
Okay, we had anticipated starting that over the winter months, but obviously the winter held us up, plus we didn't get conservation's approval until October, November.
We expensed that last year, didn't we?
That's bonded.
That is bonded.
That's bonded.
I couldn't remember. Okay.
Yes,
I
that was-
couldn't remember.
No, that was bonded work.
Okay.
This would be for the bunker program. We have 44 bunkers on the course, and we're anticipating approximately 13 of them being done in this phase. Possibly more depending on how we shape them and what drainage and extensive work needs to be done. So that's where we came up with the funding on that.
Okay. Questions, comments from board members on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to move quickly. Let's go to bond council. The item of, the issue before us, just to remind board members, are the items on this list that were not moved forward by the Board of Selectmen.
Are we done with?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank
Just
you.
one follow-up question, if I
Yeah.
might? Could you make those bunkers smaller?
That'll lower the cost. Good. Gentlemen, I forgot. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple hours. Go get a cup of coffee and come back. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm gonna give you a lawyer's answer on this because your charter, as you probably have found in various other circumstances, is very inartfully drafted.
Take that up with Mr. Flatto. I think
I hope we're not offending anybody here. But the charter does seem to say that the selectmen shall make recommendations in connection with such budgets to the Board of Finance as they deem necessary. However, there is another part of the charter that goes on to say the Board of Selectmen, with the approval of the Board of Finance, may vary budget submission process in the interest of efficiency or in the event of special circumstances. So my reading of that is that the Board of Selectmen has to make a recommendation to you that you then take up. However, if you felt strongly about something, you could consult with the Board of Selectmen and suggest that there was a special circumstance that a project should be considered.
Now, if we did that, would we have to send that back to the Board of Selectmen, or could we push it on without the Board of Selectmen having
I would
the vote?
suggest that under that interpretation, given the fact you have to consult with the Board of Selectmen, you would probably have to send it back to them.
Okay, so, in other words, we cannot unilaterally add something and send it on to the RTM. In your opinion, it would have to say, we believe this should be considered for a follow-up, and send that back to the Board of Selectmen for their...
That would be my interpretation. What you have before you from the Board of Selectmen, you can add to, you can subtract from, or you can delete, but you can't just pick up a new item without going back and discussing the special circumstance with the Board
How
of Selectmen.
about the items they've already deleted? That's the question.
Question, I guess, is whether they ever really sent them to you or not.
Right. Exactly.
So I don't know if they ever really voted on those items before they sent them to you.
Yeah,
It seems like
I can help answer.
they've withdrawn those items if they
Right.
did.
It's really interesting, the interpretation. So it's different, if I could just ask a point of information, and then I can answer the question. So it'd be somewhat different than if there's a school project and we made a modification to the request of $1 million, but there's still a school project, so if the Board of Finance got it and they wanted to restore that $1 million, that would be acceptable under this reading. But if we took a school project and stopped it, I shouldn't even say school project, a library project. I told the library folks to come back at 9 o'clock, so they're not in the room. No, I'm kidding.
9 o'clock?
I'm kidding. Their budget hearing starts later. But if we took a
lot later if you keep it
so
up.
if we didn't recommend a project, they couldn't resuscitate it. But if we recommended a project with a dollar amount, they could adjust that dollar amount
Correct,
either way.
that's my interpretation.
Okay. Then, in all honesty, in these cases, we pulled out these other projects and removed them. We did not. So I would say then you shouldn't consider them if that's
That would be my interpretation unless the Board of Finance
But
wanted
keep
to
in mind,
really
a few may
do
come
those
back
and
next
went back
month.
to the Board of
Right.
Selectmen and discussed the special circumstances.
And given that since, Tom, if I don't, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, if I
please.
don't, given that this procedure is getting tightened up a little bit from the past, if there's an item, I would just say in good faith, since this is an evolving process, if there's an item that the board saw deleted and they would like us to reconsider it, if at some point in the near future, somehow the chair communicated that, I'd certainly let our board know, without prejudice, or whatever the word is.
Okay, thank you. With that being the case, the items that are now before us are represented by Exhibit A to the bonding resolution. So if we could turn to that item. The current Exhibit A, as opposed to the prior Exhibit A. So, I'm going to take these in order and ask that we vote on them. Okay?
Do we have a question about the generic language before we do that?
I was going to do the language afterwards.
Okay, sure.
If you have a specific problem or question, Chris, with the language on the specific item, as opposed to the language within the resolution itself, but relative to the exhibit, let's take that up as we vote on them. And then we'll do the language on the overall resolution separate. Okay, so Dwight Elementary School replaced 2 boilers. Questions, comments, concerns on the language on this item? Seeing none? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? I think the item carries unanimously. Holland Hill Elementary School, remove and replace the fuel tank. Was this?
Yeah, that was removed.
Hey, the right Exhibit A. I got the wrong Exhibit A. Thanks. I'm dangerous. All right, thank you. Okay. Jennings School Elementary School replaced the student bathrooms, $250,000. Questions, comments, concerns on the language? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? 1, abstentions. Okay, item carries 8-1-0. Roger Ludlow Middle School, roof and coping repairs, $50,000. Questions, comments, concerns? Mary?
It's not that I don't want to do this project, because I certainly want to fix the roof, but is 50,000 now below our threshold, or, sorry, and how does that work?
I think Mr. Flatto, do you have a comment on
Yeah,
that?
I could help a little bit with this. Yes, it does seem that way. However, the estimate for the work is closer to $100,000. This is a situation, I don't, the board remembered, they've asked about looking at vendors that were involved in manufacturing. Is there any culpability? Or this was a gray. There are actually memos the TFC got. I read them yesterday in detail that describe a process that couldn't be definitively determined as a vendor issue, but the vendor, because of the grayness in it and the dispute, the vendor agreed to pay half the cost. So the cost of this project is actually much closer to $100,000. The town would pay half. They've made an agreement to pay 50% of the cost. So if it ends up being 80, the town will pay half. Or whatever that breakout is, it's something like that.
I got you, Mike.
Oh, okay, excuse me, and the materials are free. So they're paying for the materials 50, and we're paying 50% of the labor.
You good, Mr. Leclerc?
I guess so.
Mr. Tetreau?
Yeah, just, I think for either added clarity or added confusion, the current version of our non-recurring guidelines say it starts at 50,000, not 100,000. So I think we've talked about changing that, but I believe the current operating guideline is 50 grand.
Thank you, Mr. Tetreau. Any other questions, comments on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions. Okay, we have 8 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions. Okay, the Early Childhood Center, $105,000, new traffic learning playground and resurfacing existing playground. Any questions, comments, concerns on the language on this item? Mrs. Leclerc?
I just have a problem with the philosophy behind this, that I think we need the space for the high school, and so I can't support this at all.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Just
Mr.
if you don't
Flatto?
mind, as ex officio on this, because this part is your meeting, but just a quick, having been one who actually recommended the Childhood Center to be located there and came up with that idea 8 years ago, or whenever it was, I think the district, and I don't know, I'm sure Mary knows the program, but there's so many synergies with having that program there, and I know Dr. Title has talked passionately in support of that, to having it there alongside the high school because of learning and other stuff, and the space is so specifically discrete. It used to be the black box. I mean, there was a whole rebuild of that area, so it really seems to be put to good use, and I know the board seems to feel that way.
But I think it's the only place you have to put high school students.
Well, we used to have 1,800 kids there, and, well, anyway, I won't go there. Never mind. Sorry.
Yes. Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I resisted the temptation when this came up the other night. I can't do it again, I'm sorry. When you look at this program and you look at the space and you look at the investment we made in this space a number of years ago, Ken, when we voted on it and we expanded it and renovated it, and when you consider the disruption to the program and the expense that it would cost to move them and move kids in there and refit that space, to me, not only is the 105 a no-brainer, but to not move those kids is an absolute no-brainer.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Mrs. Leclerc?
Just to follow up on that, we originally put Roger Ludlow Middle School in the high school, and we moved it, and that was a much greater expense. So we do have history of doing things and changing our mind about them.
Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. I feel like I'm moderating crossfire. All in favor of this item? Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstentions. So we have 5 in favor, 4 against? Yes. Okay. May we please say, for item number 5, local area network switch project, $450,000. Before I even turn it over on the language, I would like to adjust the language myself and make sure that this indicates that it is for the school system, for the education administration. Okay? Including installation of. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Including installation of. Any questions, comments, concerns on this item? Mr. Brockville.
I apologize. I don't exactly know what we're voting on.
This is the local area network switch project.
I know that. I mean, I thought that we were voting, only willing to vote on this if it was a package deal that we were.
Now's the time to bring that up, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, well, actually, I wanted to, if I may, a comment that leads into that, which is that I speak for myself that I don't think this is actually ironically, I don't think this is an education or Board of Education issue or us versus the Board of Ed. I think this is actually purely a process issue, or at least for me it's a process issue. And what concerns me a little bit, and as well, even though we haven't gotten to it, also on the John Deere backhoe and the bunkers, what worries me is that, which is really the same thing, those 200,000 are being plugged in the same exact fashion, and I applaud you for your efforts, Mr. Walsh. But what worries me is that we decided, and I don't like to do things this way, and I'm the last person on this board who wants to raise taxes or spend more money. But what we're saying really, in my opinion, is, you know, we don't want to raise the taxes more than a certain amount. We've decided for some arbitrary reason that that's as much as we want to raise the taxes. So what can we do to make it look like the taxes are lower? And what we're exactly doing here is taking $650,000 that was originally proposed to be in the operating budget, and we're basically saying, let's spread because we don't want to pay the taxes this year, let's spread it over the next 10 years. That's literally what we're doing. We could just issue a general obligation bond to pay for these $650,000 and have the exact same result. So I want to emphasize, I actually have no real opinion on the merits of this switch, to tell you the truth. I personally am not 100% confident that it has a 10-year life based on the incredible rapidity of technological change. But I am really concerned about the way we got to it. But at the very least, I would say, because I started the question, was that at the very least, before I voted on it, I'd like to know if we're voting on just the switch for $450,000 as capital, or of a package that takes that $450 and applies it one way or another to the service fund.
The item before us, sir, is just the switch. It is not about a package, because this is the way it came before us. We can take it out and make it subject to something separate, I believe, and hold it over for another discussion. That's obviously because there are other items that will come back before us per the discussion of the Board of Selectmen.
Well, as long as I had the floor, I would just say for myself that I certainly wouldn't want to vote for it in the current form.
Okay. Mr. Bellitto.
Mr. Chairman, I would call the question, please.
Okay. Yes, it does require a two-thirds vote.
And a second.
I'm sorry?
And a second.
Yes, and a second is right. Do we have a second to call the question? Mr. DeWitt, for the second. All in favor of calling the question on this item? We have 2, 3. Is Mrs. Leclerc, was your hand up?
I guess, I'm not quite sure what
We're voting on whether to call this specific question and end debate on it and just bring the 450 to a vote.
that's.
Okay, so that's 3. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Kiley? Are you for or against? Are you against? Okay, so the motion fails, so the item is still back before us. Questions, comments, motions on this item?
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone it to a future date,
Okay, do a date certain.
to a date certain.
Okay, what would that date be?
Maybe somebody here who has a calendar of meetings could help me with that. Mr. Hiller, maybe?
April 5th, I believe.
Okay.
To the April 5th meeting? And do you want to make that subject to something? Well, can we do it on the April 5th meeting? Go ahead, Mr. Tetreau.
I think we need to talk through the logistics on that, Mr. Chair.
I
think
agree.
that if you want it subject to something, what do you want it subject to?
That's what I was
Don't
asking.
put me on a
Right.
spot. Are you referring to my other point regarding the connection to the
Yeah,
Yes.
you got- it's-
service fund?
You're waiting for the 5th. What are you waiting for?
Yeah,
I'm waiting for a request to be put before us to vote on this project in connection to the service fund, as has been discussed at length at this board. That this money be a package deal that gets applied to the internal service fund, either by the Board of Ed or by the town side. I leave that to others, how we should best.
okay, so you would like action by the Board of Education on the agreement that is,
Yes.
if this is, in effect, taken out of their operating fund and bonded, which is still spending, but
Thank you.
bonded, that you would like them to agree that the $450,000 would be applied to the medical reserve before this comes back before us. Is that the
Must be
motion?
Nostradamus, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Might I suggest March 31st, which is the date that you vote on the entire budget, and that would,
That's a very
Yeah,
good
but
point.
Actually, Mr. Fiscal Officer, if I can interrupt, because there's some other projects coming back, I think you'd want to do them on the same night as capital projects. That was, we're bringing some stuff back in April to them, hopefully by April 5th. So I'm sorry, I know it's getting late, but
I don't think they, well,
What would happen is if they did not take the required action and
Yeah.
we did not adjust their budget downward, it would be in their operating budget to do with what they want. If they didn't get the resolution passed by April 5th, we could then cancel this or not move on it on the capital item. If they did agree to the resolution, we could put it into the capital item. Right? On April 5th. That's what the April 5th date would allow. And by that point, you should have the other capital projects that you're
we're going to
contemplating.
try our darndest, we'll see.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Is that your motion, Mr. Brockman?
Yeah, with one
Sure.
additional question to the experts at the table and to my right and left. Would this be the appropriate time to also, I would also prefer that, I've heard at the table tonight that there is 2 potential ways that this could be affected if it ends up happening, which one was that the Board of Ed could simply put it towards their deficiency, so to speak, or it could be done on the town side, as Mr. Flatto pointed out. I'd prefer to see it done on the town side, simply because I think to the extent that we can remove the conflicts we've been having with the Board of Ed on this issue in general, I'd prefer that. I'd like to have harmony and peace, and I think this would be a good step in that direction. It would accomplish the exact same thing, I think.
It would not accomplish the exact same thing, but you would not need a resolution from the Board of Education on that.
Well, also in addition, Mr.
Right.
Chair, if
Right.
we put this back into the Board of Ed, the Board of Ed reserve as it stands right now is fine, as I understand it. If we put this in, we basically put them in an overfunding situation again, which leads us down the road to
Right, that's
when do we get access to that money, or how do we do that later?
That is fair.
If we address it and move it to the town side as part of this budget process, for lack of a better term, then the Board of Ed is free and clear and doesn't have to concern themselves with this kind of ever again, hopefully, but for the most part.
And then if that's true.
All right, and the only downside is that the Board of Ed budget is $450,000 under what it is, but that's not money that was going to go towards education and kids this year anyway for that, so.
No, but you do not. All that you said is true, but what you do is you do leave them with that cliff related to the insurance for the next year.
And then-
because they do have to fund that in the next year.
And-
So they would have an unnatural higher cliff in the subsequent year,
Then-
which they have now anyway.
than the current unnatural higher cliff.
That's exactly.
Mr. Chair, given this board can make the decision to adjust that 450 on March 31st, given this board can decide, as part of that discussion, whether to leave it in the Board of Ed based on the resolution, or move it to the town side at that time, we might not have to make that decision and have all this discussion tonight.
This is very true. The item before us, though, has been put forward by the Board of Selectmen, and what we would need to do is take this item out and hold it over without prejudice.
My point was, we can vote on Mr. Brockfeld's motion without having to
agree.
decide the second part of that in complete detail yet.
There is no
That's all.
question. Absolutely correct. So do you care to state your motion again, and we need a second, Mr. Brockfeld? All right. How about I take a stab
Do we
at
have
it?
anybody taking notes here who could repeat it back? Debbie?
No, Mr.
Debbie-
Brockfeld, yeah,
Debbie, this is why we pay you the
Yeah.
big bucks,
Yeah.
so.
no, to the
Please,
5th.
little levity.
Please.
Mr. Brockfeld moved to a date certain, item number 5. The date certain is April 5th, 2011, subject to action by the Board of Ed on an agreement proposed by the Board of Selectmen to take $450,000 and apply it towards the ISF.
Thank you.
Excuse me, not the Board of Selectmen, but the Board of Education?
No, but an item
The agreement
requested.
proposed by the Board of Selectmen
That's good.
for the Board of Ed to take the $450,000.
Just to be formal, Mr. Brockfeld, thank you, Deb, great job. Does
I'd
that,
like to make that motion.
okay? Well done. Well played.
It's one of my best skills.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Stone. That motion is now before us. All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns on that? Okay. All in favor? Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Abstentions? Four. Who was the fourth? I'm sorry. Oh, I had Bellitto, DeWitt, and Leclerc. Oh, Mr. Kiley. Okay.
A lot of close votes.
All right. We're now at the fire department. Purchase of the new fire engine pumper, $540,000. Any questions, comments, concerns on this item? Language on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. DeWitt, were you opposed?
In favor.
In favor. I'm sorry. Wow, you're slipping. No, all in favor? The fire engine.
It's 18-0 now.
It's 9-0. Thank you. Flood control project, Holland Hill area, replacing the existing pipes with culvert and replacement of head wall, $250,000. Questions, comments on the language on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We'll move on. Oldfield Senior Center, the installation of the new membrane roof with insulation, flashing, and drainage. Can we please note on this that this is a partial roof replacement, not the full roof replacement?
Correct.
Just so that we remember that? For future reference. Questions, comments, concerns on the language on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, Mary, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leclerc.
The only
Who hesitates
question-
is lost.
Sorry. The only question I had is, I don't know, the Town Facilities Commission didn't give us any kind of an idea what, like, if we did, well, all the equipment was there, if it was better to do the whole roof.
Can't hear back.
Sorry. Whether to do a full roof or a partial, if there's.
Can you really put your mouth close to the microphone? It won't work.
Use your outside voice, Mary.
I'm sorry. Hopefully I'm loud enough now. Is that if there's a price differential between doing a full roof and a partial roof?
Okay.
And whether there'd be any savings to doing the whole thing versus just part of it right now?
Do we have any views on that? Did the Board of Selectmen get any
Probably could get a
information on
quick answer, Mr. White. I know he did talk with the TFC, and they did feel they could do it in 2 parts, but I don't think they thought it would affect the estimate for the second part because there are different sections of roof. So maybe Rich could give you the 30-second. It wouldn't have, will cause the mobilization wouldn't change dramatically, or?
Right, that's correct. The size of both sections are big enough that there really is an economy of scale, so you can split it up, and
So there are no economies of scale in your opinion?
I don't believe so. Not significant.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? I believe we've got a unanimous on that. The new fire training center, remediation of costs for site. This is just the town's portion. There's a bigger plan for the state.
That $8 million grant.
Okay. Sorry, any questions, comments, concerns on the item? Mrs. Leclerc?
Can we make it contingent that we definitely receive that grant? Is there some?
Here's the issue. Now that it's been reported to the state DEP, we have to clean it. I don't know if there's a deadline, but, and again, I guess I defer to Mr. White on this one because he was involved in that. But
Well,
we have to clean it either way, right?
Well, Mr. Flatto, I think we have to defer to bond counsel first on the question of either
Oh,
can we make it
thank you.
contingent?
You really can't pass a contingent appropriation, so the only way to do that would be to wait till you got the grant and then appropriate it, but that might really slow this down.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions, comments, concerns otherwise on this item? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? This item carries unanimously. Go to the underground storage tanks. Mr. Hiller, not that I want to lengthen this process. There is a document coming our way which we did receive electronically earlier today. The item is a follow-up item from this year. You will notice fire station number 2 is included in this item. You will recall that this was included in an appropriated item last year. The question became, why wasn't it completed last year? The original explanation was that we had more of an emergency situation at Oldfield, at the academy, correct? At the old academy building, and so we wanted clarification on the money spent this past year on this item, if any, and why it was back before us. So, Mr. Hiller, the Reader's Digest version,
Thank
please.
you. Last year, this board passed $180,000 for fuel tank remediation at various fire stations, 1, 2, and 5. The RTM reduced that by $28,000 to $152,000. That's the history. Back last summer, we had a problem with the removal and remediation of the tank at the old academy. That project cost roughly $55,000. $27,000 of those funds were mistakenly expensed into this account. In speaking with bond counsel over the last couple of days and speaking with Mr. White, we have removed those funds, the $27,000, which was mistakenly expensed into this account. The projects at the fire stations have not been done, and so there remains $152,000 appropriated by the RTM last summer, totally unencumbered at this time. And I think Mr. White's memo refers to the various projects. So really what would then be available for fuel tank removal would be the $152,000 from the prior year, and potentially upon the action of this board and the RTM, the $120,000 for the additional projects envisioned in this resolution.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt, please.
This is my confused look. Last year's budget had fire station number 2's tank come out. This year's has number 2 tank coming out. There's $152,000 left. Isn't that already covered under the $152 that's remaining in the budget today? I feel like we're double dipping that thing.
Mr. White?
If you refer to the schedule I gave you, the current estimates, and these were estimates that I had developed last year. Fire Station 1 is 83,000, and Fire Station 5, 59,400. And Fire Station 2 at 40,000 would equal 182,500. Not enough money to do all three. So that I was doing the
So we
two
haven't
most.
done anything.
Excuse me?
We haven't done any of this work.
No. These are just estimates.
'Cause I thought the other night we said this was done.
No, I never said it was done. No, because you asked me.
What did we actually do that was the big emergency?
The emergency that was done was the removal and remediation of the tank at Old Academy last.
That's not even in here. But that was part of the 152, no?
No, it was not. In discussing with Mr. Staffstrom and Mr. Cleary,
Wait, Mr. Hiller, let's wait for a second to explain it. What happened was, the old academy, they actually did that work and originally charged it against the bond appropriation, realized they could not do it, have now reclassified that expense out of the bond appropriation
I understand.
against the operating budget. So now this account is whole. None of the work
Got it.
appropriated last year is done.
Got it. So, we actually need 30,000 to do Fire Station 2. Thank you for shaking your
Correct.
head in the affirmative.
Yeah.
Because you got an extra 10, you didn't have enough to do the whole job, but you had 10 grand of the 40.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. There's 10,000 left
And
over
we've taken
from.
your 109 original and bumped it up to 120. So it sounded
Correct.
like 109 was right there.
Which, if I could just add on, leads us to the question, why did we make it 120? The TFC recommended a contingency, and so we upped the number. Now, whether it could be 10,000 less is up to you folks, but we thought that we should go with the higher estimate from the TFC. And I do want to just emphasize one thing, and I hope you'll agree with this at the end. We feel, it was a unanimous vote, but I feel very strongly, when we do a project like this with multiple locations, as long as we list them, we should not try to segregate the amount for each small project within an item like this. We've made a motion to approve $120,000 for these 4 projects, and we're not asking Public Works to tell us whether Fire Station 2 is 30 or 40, and whether Smith Richardson is 50 or 40, because, you know, you're never going to get them done that way. So we've moved it for 4 projects within $120,000, and as long as they're used for that and nothing else, that's what we want.
And I totally agree with that, in the aggregate, 120. But I think the TFC recommendation did not have the information, since
Correct.
we didn't have it till 2 minutes ago, that there was an extra 10 grand in that account.
Correct.
Actually, there's 152,000 in the account,
Absolutely correct.
so.
That's a good point.
So the original request was 106.
109, I think, right? Or, no, it
This
was
says
106.
This says 106,
Yeah.
right, from the
And then
T-
they recommended
They
one.
recommended 120 with the contingency.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
That's
Lingus.
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none, all in favor?
Oh. I'm sorry, I'm late. I would make a motion to reduce the amount to $106,000.
Do I have a second for that motion? Second, Mr. Bellitto. Questions, comments, or concerns on the
Quick,
motion? Yeah.
point of information, just for the sake, we try to do these in 5,000 increments because of bonding in general, these numbers. So if Mr. DeWitt would consider either going...
$5,000 increments?
Yeah, either 105 or 110.
Amend
take your pick.
my motion to $105,000. Thought I was going up, right?
I was hoping.
Do we
$105,000.
have a second? Seconded by Mr. Bellitto. Questions, comments, concerns on the amendment? Mr. Brockfeld?
Could I address a question to Mr. DeWitt?
Absolutely.
Mr. DeWitt, could I just ask you as to why you want to go from 120 down to 105?
Because we found $10,000, and I originally just wanted to go back to, I think, Mr. White probably figured that into his original calculations, and I'm not seeing the benefit of the contingency, to be perfectly honest with you, with TFC.
Questions, comments, concerns from other board members? Okay, the item before us is now whether we want to amend the amount to $105,000. And then we can vote on it after if it's amended. All in favor of approving the amendment to change the $120,000 to $105,000 for this item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mr. Brown, are you in favor or against? Yes? Okay, that's unanimous. So the item is back before us for $105,000. All in favor?
Just one other point for the language. Could the language please say installation of fuel monitoring systems? This just installation of fuel monitoring systems in new fuel lines under A, B, and C is fine, tank removal and remediation, but A and B need to say installation of, please.
Okay,
I'm done. Thank you.
thank you. All in favor of the item? Opposed? Abstentions? Carries at $105,000. Okay, item 11, traffic signal upgrade at Fairfield Woods and Palm Drive, including relocation of pedestrian signal, $120,000. Questions, comments, concerns? Mr. Stone?
I know we discussed this last time. I went, actually, I parked in front of there twice, and I don't really honestly see the need for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stone. Mr. Walsh, I'll recognize you.
Just so you know, we talked to the first selectman today. There's a possibility that some of the money might be covered by ADA stuff through some money that CDBG has. So he is going to look at that. At our table, I did not think we should change it because he said he would follow up on that. But my thought is that any of the ADA compliance matters that have to do with that intersection, we should try to get grant money for it.
Mr. Flatto, in the hour in between meetings, were you able to resolve that issue?
In the half hour between meetings, no. But I would guess we're probably talking around a 10,000 magnitude. It's not going to have it or anything. It's not a huge, it's my guess, but.
So it's perhaps a $10,000 item.
I'd have to ask Mr. Hurley. It's just a guess.
Okay.
It's
Have
the
we ever
curb
had an
cuts and-
opportunity where it's been the entire amount or more than a significant amount of money?
I'm sorry?
Have we ever had an item where it's been more than this, or more than half of this? In other words, could we say bond this, and then you turn around and get $100,000?
Oh, sure. If we got a grant for the whole thing, we could just not expend the bond money.
Okay, is it likely that we'll get a grant?
Oh,
for the
that
whole
okay, thank you. That I did ask Mr. Hurley. He said that there's traffic lights, which is the bulk of this, that there's absolutely no possibility of grant money from the state or feds. You know, road projects are one thing, but.
Okay, so you did resolve this, and the answer is no.
But the ADA part is a different question.
Okay, and how much is the ADA part of this?
That's what I was guessing is around 10,000 of the total.
Okay. All right.
Guessing.
Okay. Questions, comments, concerns? Other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none. All in favor of this item? Opposed? 1, 2. Abstentions? 7, 2. It carries. The old Academy building, replace the wood roof, $90,000. Questions, comments, concerns on this item? Wording changes? None. Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? 1. Abstentions. Okay. John Deere backhoe. This is the item moved from the operating budget to the capital budget. Mr. DeWitt.
Can we amend this to say purchase of, please?
Sure. Can we make that note?
And in the spirit of the motion that was made to a date certain on $450,000, would we think that this $100,000 from the town budget could also be applied to the internal service fund?
That is the intent based on the document given before us, and we can actually do that ourselves.
Actually, it says workman's comp. Is that the same?
Same thing.
Same language?
Same internal service fund. Same item, and we can do that ourselves if it's not done.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. So.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Bellitto, abstentions. Okay. 1 against. The 6-wheel truck with asphalt body. That sounds really weird. Is it asphalt hauling body, or is it?
And there's nobody in the asphalt.
Yeah.
So far.
Thank you. It's an election year.
Can we A, can we amend it to asphalt hauling body? And B,
Purchase of, please.
and purchase of, please, purchase of six-wheel truck with asphalt hauling body, or some such thing. Mr. Kiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unlike the John Deere and the bunker that we haven't voted on, I will vote positively on those 200K items because we're reducing our medical use, the use of our medical funds, by moving those two items over, which gets me over the hump. This one doesn't do that. This is just adding to the capital list. So I'm going to vote against this one. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to follow up on Mr. Flato's comments that he made earlier on council's advice over here that we can't add things to this list that were zeroed out by the Board of Selectmen. But I would like to, even if it is in a reduced amount, because we had a discussion the other night that maybe we don't need $250 for the lights at Mill Hill School because we only need them for 3, 4, 5, or 6 years. Nobody knew the answer. I would like to follow up on that particular item and find out if there is a short to medium term, modified proposal that we can look at so that the lights can be addressed at some point before we get to 6 or 7 years. So I'd like that one to come back in some form.
Thanks. I'll certainly ask the district for info. I'm not sure if our board will consider, but I'll get some info to us. And
No, that's great, but you had said if any of us
Oh, yeah.
want anything to
No,
come
no,
back,
this-
to please
thank you.
voice that
Exactly.
opinion, so.
Yeah.
I would,
I
Noted.
just didn't want.
thank you, Mr. Kiley. Mr. DeWitt, did you have your hand up? Okay, I would like to, number one, second Mr. Kiley's request regarding Mill Hill, and to just get an update on that item. 7 to 8 years seems like a long period of time, if that's what we agree that it is, without addressing the issues there. It's also not a long enough period of time for me to say I'm comfortable with 250,000, but I do think some remediation effort there would be prudent. As far as the six-wheel truck, my view on this is simple. If it wasn't a persuasive enough argument to make the operating budget, in my opinion, it's not a persuasive enough argument to make the capital budget because, as Mr. Branchfeld will remind me, it's still spending. So I will not support including the $170,000 in this item. Mr. Tetreau, I think you have your hand up.
Thank you,
Either
Mr.
that or
Chair.
you're shooting at me, one or the other. Have some water.
I do appreciate, I do concur with what you and Mr. Kiley said in terms of the 170 in the truck, though with everything we've gone through, perhaps somebody could just quickly review what the rationale was for not including it the first time and then including it here. Did something change? Is there new information that wasn't available the first time?
Yeah, kind of a quick, easy, brief answer. Because the capital vehicle replacement program was cut so severely by the boards the last few years because of the economy, the Public Works Departments had to put a lot in the budget to catch up. And I felt that while they had a need to catch up, that the amounts were such a big percentage increase that I couldn't support putting them all in, even though they made a good case for them. So I was trying to spread it over, a period of time, which, differs their program. I thought this might help them along in catching up on some of those things the boards deferred a few years ago. That's the best way I can answer it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flatto. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Flynn, if we're going to put off, or you want this to come back, I guess, to the Board of Selectmen, the issue regarding the Mill Hill tiles and
Yes.
stuff, it might be helpful if the Board of Ed met and see whether they wanted to revise their facilities plan, because obviously I think it would definitely change our board's reasoning of whether we would want to fund that or not, because, we were basing it on the evidence that was being presented by Mr. Cullen, saying that currently it's still from 4 years from now. So some of us had a problem with the fact that we were going to do a major renovation and possibly throw out new tiles and new lighting in 4 years. I was uncomfortable with that. If it was, especially when I'm hearing that it's probably going to be 8 to 9 years, but it might make sense for them to, as a board, meet before then, before it comes back to us.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request, and if that's what it takes for your board to make a decision, a final determination on this matter, that would be fine. We would appreciate you just taking another look at it with whatever revised information can be provided. That's my opinion. Mr. Kiley, you concur?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? All right. All in favor of the six-wheel truck with the asphalt body? All opposed? It fails. No asphalt body for this group. Okay.
Asphalt hauling body.
Thank you very much. Item number 15, you got to be able to laugh at some point. Right? The H. Smith Richardson Golf Course bunker renovation, $100,000, heard earlier this evening. Part of the 10-year plan for the Golf Commission, and another part of the project that we implemented last year. Questions, comments, concerns on this item? Mr. Brockfeld.
I just want to be clear, going back to the John Deere backhoe, as to what we're doing on the board. Are we voting on this with the sense of the body that we will be increasing our insurance reserves with this money?
We already passed it. We did not take a sense of the body, but most certainly, candidly, that appears to be the flavor of the Board of Selectmen. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? How many? 1, 2, or no?
I didn't vote.
Okay. So,
I missed it.
okay, let's start them down. I went too quickly. All in favor of this item? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Item carries 5-4. We are now through the specific items. Okay. Mr. Hiller, can you give us a revised dollar amount on this? Yes, Mr. DeWitt, please.
So I guess I'm going to re-ask my question again. Since we're all thinking out of the box, why don't we bond everything in capital over $50,000 and roll all that money into the Internal Service Fund? I know that we usually do $100,000, and it might even say it in our draft bonding resolution, which is, has been
Yeah, I know.
beaten around today.
Just because of the hour, I'll say, we could talk about it after. I mean, it's out of order because we didn't recommend it, would be the short answer.
Yeah, we cannot do anything because it wasn't recommended to be done that way, so that item is not before us.
Okay.
Okay?
We were talking out of the box.
No, I think,
Praise for it.
absolutely. Mr. Hiller, do we have a revised total, or Mrs. Gardner?
Well, he's telling it, almost all your stuff is really small, $50,000, $60,000, $20,000 items. They're not,
I'll take $200,000 for the Internal Service Fund, frankly, or $50,000, and it's more than that, 'cause I see a 78, I see a 35, 55. There's real money.
$2,610,000.
$2,610,000. Even, correct? Yeah. No. Yeah, I think we...
Say it's right there.
Mr. Hiller, can you walk us through any other changes to this item? What was decided on the length of the bonding for these?
I think I defer to Mr. Staffstrom to basically, this board had expressed concern particularly pertaining to item 1, or paragraph 1 of the bond resolution. There have been fairly significant wording changes within that language, and I think Mr. Staffstrom could address any particular comments of the board from a bond counsel standpoint.
Please, Mr. Sastrom, can you just walk us through legally what this is doing, and then I want to talk about the length of the bonds. Thank you.
Sure. I believe I was here last year at this time also, and I believe this board made a change from what the town had normally adopted as a bonding resolution, where the bonding resolution listed projects, but had a generalized amount, of the bond issue, and then listed the projects to be funded. And I think last year, if I recall, is the first time we went to this concept of the exhibits, so that the Board of Finance could see what was being funded within each category. What we have, and I understand there's still some further concern about the Board of Finance. The Board of Finance has expressed some further concern about having some further control, making sure that the items are within those line items.
Correct.
So the added language from the last draft that you saw is the language in what we call the appropriation clause is clause 1, where you're appropriating the amount of the money. And the language that's been added to the appropriation clause after discussions with Mr. Hiller and the first selectman is that last sentence where it says, any reallocation of unused bond proceeds from one category, and then we list the categories. Again, we didn't do a breakdown within each of the underground tanks, because I understood that you were going to give some discretion there. But that is the language which we were hoping would, further address your concerns that we're allocating within the project line items. So I would suggest that what this board has done is put in certainly some further restrictions on how the monies can be spent.
Thank you, sir. Might I note that in that resolution, we had items number 1 through 15. If my math is correct, we took out 2 items?
That's what I have, items 1 through 13.
1 through 13 is now what's before us.
So that would be, the resolution would be amended to change the amount to $2,610,000, and to change that item there to say listed as items 1 through 13. As far as the installments of the bond issue, I gather that the original resolution had 15 annual installments, and Mr. Hiller can probably address why that's now been changed to 10. You clearly have the authority to bond up to 20 years under state law, but that has not been the procedure for the town to bond for 20 years.
Thank you.
The Board of Selectmen, in the original draft of this resolution, it was envisioned, and last year's resolution was for a 15-year term, and language in paragraph 6. The Board of Selectmen amended that to 10 years as far as the repayment schedule on that.
And that, Mr. Hiller, as Chief Fiscal Officer, that is reasonable given the useful lives of these assets?
Yes, we feel that in all cases
And if I
that
could
these
just add,
meet
add
or
on,
exceed that.
it was really a philosophical issue. The useful life exceeds 10 for all these projects, but our board felt that a capital maintenance, well, let me rephrase that word, a capital improvement program should not be like a big bonded program with large projects, but because they're smaller, under $1 million projects, they should be limited to 10 years for that purpose only, because they're those kind of projects, even though they extend long times.
Right.
So it kind of just accelerates the payments and pays those things off over 1 decade.
Thank you, Mr. Flatto. Mr. Walsh?
In addition, there was an interest rate spread and cost savings from going from 15 to 10. Mr. Hiller showed me.
Yeah, I ran upstairs and got the, and there's been some gyrations in the interest rate market in the last 3 days, as you may appreciate. But the spread between 10-year money and 15-year money is basically, on the most recent sheet that we had, about 86 basis points of savings on a AAA note. So there'd be some savings in interest rate by reducing that term of just under 1 percentage point.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Brockfeld?
Mr. Hiller, I'm just curious, is that a temporary anomaly of some sort?
I don't think so. It looked as though, when we looked at Mr. Walsh and I didn't bring it with me, but we shared from the bond buyer, the municipal market guidelines, and it just showed, that, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 10-year money was 3% and 15-year money was 3.86%. I mean, that changes daily, but I think it just gives you kind of a benchmark as to what the variance was in a published rate.
Mr. Bellitto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For bond counsel, I just want to make sure that we're getting a little bit more specific with these resolutions. Does that impact the marketability of these bonds on the open market at all?
No, the bond investors aren't going to really care about your internal procedures as long as the resolution was properly approved.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, comments, concerns? All right.
Just kind of one question for bond counsel. It's kind of more just a wording issue, and the first selectman raised it. And in regards to project category, the question came up as to whether it should just be the item number or something else like that. Is there any reason why you used the word category?
The reason we wanted to use category is basically to address the underground tank issue.
Okay.
I didn't want to, the original resolution had a number next to each underground tank, and nobody, I think, wanted an underground tank that was unused proceeds have to come back for another tank. So that's why we used the project category wording.
So just when I'm clear, if this comes up next year, there's 13 categories then, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions, comments, concerns on this item? Nothing further. I want to do this formally. Do we have a motion to move this? Mr. Bellitto, do I have a second? Mr. Stone? All in favor of the bond resolution now before us for $2,610,000 for items number 1 through 13, already approved by this body. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We're done with this item. See, that wasn't so painful. All right, what we're going to do is, due to the lateness of the hour, we're going to actually take about a 10-minute break.
How about 5 minutes?
Well,
come
5 to 10 minutes. Well,
And folks, since our people, if people could move in and just, there's some extra chairs when people come back.
Private buses. Everyone, thank you. We're going to revise our agenda slightly for this evening, given the fact that our first item, surprise, surprise, went a little long. So we're going to move till next week. Yeah, the rest of the meeting. Good night. No. The finance departments of the town. Those items are largely Mr. Hiller and Mr. Flatto, who need to be here next week anyway, and Twig. And we're going to move those items, and Mr. Leslie will be joining us back. But we're going to move those items to our executive session next week. So what we'll do is take those up, handle them there, and then go into our overall discussion. And that's because we're already pushing 9:30 at night. So finance, purchasing, town clerk, assessor, tax collector, information technology, and unemployment compensation, we will move to next week. Next item. We will be hearing from the Board of Education on the follow-up items, but before we do that, I've had a request that we do private bus transportation first. It is a holdover item and related to the Board of Education. I want to get this item out of the way, if we can. And if someone can help me find the page there, Mr. Hiller?
126.
Oh, you're good. Thank you. 126 in your book, Bonnie?
Oh, in your book.
In my book, okay. Wow, they buried it in the middle of the book. All right. Let's actually see if we can't do two pretty quickly. We're going to do health and welfare services, but we'll do private school transportation. This item is item 126, 127 are page numbers. $1,351,000 has been requested. That is a decrease of $470 from last year. Questions, comments, concerns on private school transportation? Yeah. Regular. Mr. Fickey?
Mr. Flynn, if I could just make one
Please.
note. On the 2012 column
Yes.
total, it should be 1351212.
It is.
Okay, it's not on the budget printed document. The 1112,
It is on mine.
6, okay, not on ours.
Okay. So it's 1351212 as compared to the current budget of 1351682. Questions, comments? Mr. Fickey, one quick question on this item. Every year we hear some tough stories from some of the private schools related to length of runs and all that. How do we do this year? Is there someone who'd like to speak to that issue? How are we?
I believe Mrs. Napolitano from St. Thomas was here earlier. I don't have any complaints other than Unclewood School, which has very limited ridership, and there's 2 buses and they cover the whole town, so.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns from anyone here? Mr. Bellitto?
Just very quickly, Mr. Fickey, did the consolidation of Assumption School and Holy Family have any downward impact on this budget, or is it running about the same number of routes?
The runs themselves have stayed the same at 35, and that's what we're projecting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Anything from the public on this budget, just to be sure? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fickey. Appreciate it. Health and Welfare Services is page 128 and 129. The change is $595,944 year over year on a $151,000 budget last year. Questions, comments, concerns from board members on this item? It's one line item. Anything? Seeing none, thank you. And we can go to the Board of Education now. This is the follow-up item from the prior night. I'll refer my board members to a copy of a question and answer document, which was circulated at a prior meeting from the Education Administration. Item looks like this.
Just give us a minute to look through this.
I will. Do we have any copies if...
Gee, thanks.
This is what I have.
It's that one. I don't know if I have it right.
Do we have copies for my colleagues? Not that I'm pointing fingers, but...
If you have 3 extras. It's the only thing I didn't bring.
Yeah. I think it's downstairs on my desk. Yeah.
I knew there's a reason why they asked me.
Yeah, Jack. No, I need one.
We got it, Jack, thanks.
No, Jack, he needs one.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay.
That's all right, go ahead. I can read on mic. I got it. I do have it.
All right, thank you. We all set?
Thank you.
Good evening, thank you.
Hi. So why don't we go document by document? Is that how you'd like to do it there? The first question was, how does our staffing compare to the staffing that was approved by the board when the budget was finalized? And the request was that we add in the permanent part-time equivalents on both the certified and the non-certified. And the 3 columns to the right show the FTE count as originally recommended by the Board of Ed on March 15th was 1458.75. After the budget cut last year, there was a reduction, and so the final approved budget number was 1456 even. The current, the 10-1 staffing is 1456.9, so we are less than 1 position above the number. So the notion that we've added a whole bunch of staff since the budget was approved is inaccurate.
Okay.
Okay. The special education questions are on the second document. We have the actual expenditures in the operating budget versus what was budgeted. And what you see in the trending there is obviously the increase in the actual expenditures from 05-06 through 2009, 2010. But you can also see how it begins to outstrip the operating budget starting in 07-08. In 07-08, it outstrips it by about $300,000. The next year, it outstrips it by about $422,000. And the year after that, you have to add the $2.5 million to the 445 because that is how it was covered. So you have about a $500,000 overage. So that is the basis for which we budgeted our special education costs at a higher level, because historically, this has been a problem.
Do we know, this is for the prior year, where are we
Right.
coming out this year?
This year, we're estimating that we're about 500 also over.
So what's the total tuition cost in 2010 to 2011 estimated?
Give Bonnie a second, and she'll have
I'll
it.
check that for you, and if not, if I don't have it with me, I'll get it for you.
Okay, can we do that, and can we just do what the total you request? I know it's in here somewhere.
Yep.
The total we're requesting for 2012. This is quite a curve upwards.
Yes.
In the expense. Yes, Mr. Walsh, you have a question on this item?
Yes. Dr. Title, so when we went over those numbers for the special education increase of about $1 million, you said about $500,000 was based on the institutional increases of about 5% that you're seeing, and the other $500,000 was approximately, you were, I think you said figuring in about 6 additional students that you don't know about at about $80,000 for about $500,000, and this approximate $500,000 is what you're seeing trending here. Is
That's
that correct?
That's good. That's right. Yeah, you've got the increase, you can find the exact line in the budget, we can show it you. I believe the line in the budget's going up about 900,000, round numbers. About 500,000 of it is a current year problem, we're already in the hole, on existing kids. Forget any new kids, right? Then you've got the 3 to 5% factor of the tuition that the institutions go up annually, historically, and then you've got the provision for, new children who are not yet known to us net, that historically have come into the system, that have led to the overages. So those are the components that have led us to budget at that number.
Thank
Can I have a follow-up to that question?
Absolutely.
Okay. The trending in that direction, you think is solely, or you figured this out, is solely based on children that you did not know about that were going to be coming into the system?
It's not necessarily children who are not currently in the system. They may be currently in the system, but they may be special education students that are currently being educated in the system. For one reason or another, there's a change of program, and they have to be outplaced. So they may already be receiving services. They also may be children who are in our system receiving a level of services. The parents want a greater level of service. We're in a mediation, perhaps, about that, and the result of that mediation might be additional costs. So sometimes it's people move in, but sometimes it's children that are already here. As you know, we offer a number of programs for our more involved children within the school system, and that does, on average, save us a significant amount of money. But every once in a while, you've got a child in there, and for whatever reason, it's not working, and they have to be outplaced.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Flatto.
There's one item that I'm curious to know if we can get it, it's not here. In 2005-06, do you or Andrea have the number of students that were sent to out-of-district schools?
I don't have it here, but I can get you the number that
Right.
was sent out that year.
Because, I mean, this is up 140% in 4 years. And I know we didn't have 20 kids 4 years ago. In fact, I don't think the number of children has changed very much at all. So I'd like to get that number and then understand this.
Okay, on that topic?
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay, the next, the next page is more information on special education.
The back of the next
The
page.
back of the next page, so you probably don't want to do much with that. The next one is, this is an informational item. I believe somebody requested to see what the Board of Ed quarterly accounting out of the Munis system will look like. This was our first attempt out of the box on that. We put together a statement of account from Munis, which has 7 major classifications of accounts for reporting purposes. These are the accounts we use in the board's policy to determine whether the Board of Education has to actually vote to move money. So those are those big 7, so that's sort of the big overview. And then each of those categories is broken down into subcategories to show the amount of expenditures, transfers, unencumbered balance, and so forth. So this was our first out-of-the-box accounting. It was one of our goals for the year to do this, and the board received this at its last meeting. They will get the next one because the quarter is, we didn't do this right at the quarter. There'll be another one of these at the board's April meeting, April 12th.
Can we get a copy of this for each of our quarterly meetings as well? Once
Absolutely.
the board is fine with it.
We can just send it over when we send it out to the board.
Thank
I
you.
think that it's important, because Bonnie had, went through an explanation of this, is that sometimes maybe hard just looking at it to wonder why is there such a big balance here or a deficit here. And so I would just urge, before people jump to conclusions about what they might see here, to shoot us an email or something and just say, can you explain? For example, this shows a very large deficit in special education tuition, coincidentally. Now, that's much larger than it will actually be because we have not, at the time this button was pressed, posted our first excess cost payment. So the next version of this will show that number declining significantly. That's the kind of thing by it needs a little explanation. The naked eye looking at it, you might go, uh-oh.
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
typically for our quarterly meetings, I think Mrs. McQuain has seen them, the town does provide what I would refer to as an MD&A, which is a discussion which explains the variances. And it'd be great to get a copy of this plus the MD&A that you'd pass out to your own board so that we have a flavor throughout the year of the challenges that you're
What's
going
happening.
through. Obviously, we can't do anything about it, but for informational purposes.
FYI, right. And Bonnie explained it verbally last time. We didn't provide the board with a written document. This was the first time on this, so we also wanted feedback on whether the board felt this was of a sufficient level of detail and so on and so forth, and it seemed to go pretty well.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Questions, comments from board members? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that this is excellent and very helpful. I mean, to have some consistency of the way the information is presented, to kind of give a flavor of, when we have this stuff on the town side, we have the munis reports, we can get a snapshot of where things are.
Right.
This does that for your side, and that's very helpful, so thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Okay. Don't let me be the one that delays things.
Too late. No, I'm kidding.
I know. All right, the next page is the staffing increase, and I believe is is that the benefit calculation? How we calculate, there was a question about how do we calculate benefits for new staff? So this is the detail behind it. Bonnie would have to speak to this if people have questions.
This was also what I provided to you, same format last year,
Yep.
Right.
same time, actually.
And I will say that we use a very conservative approach to this, which means that, because my general feeling is that new staff tend to be not big users of the healthcare system initially, and so I believe a lot of times this is one of the explanations of why the board often uses less than the actuaries would predict, because we use a pretty big number in here for every new staff member, and, it's all about what they use. And you put in 15 grand for somebody and they only use 5, multiplied by 20 people, it's a real number. So I just, it's something that, we could adjust in future budgets, but at this point, I think it's very conservatively done.
Mr. DeWitt, you had a question on this?
Just quick, you brought up something I've been thinking about. What's the average age of the Board of Education? I know the town side is on the higher side, right? But I gotta imagine
We should have a poll, like a lottery.
Sorry, Linda.
Right? Do a lottery.
I mean, but I gotta assume it's a lot. It's
Paul
lower,
and
plus,
Ken
much to your
skew
point.
that number
Well,
higher, and
I couldn't hazard a guess. I will say that the average age of the people we hire is significantly lower than the people who leave us.
I'm gonna write that down. We'll quote you on that.
All right?
Does that hold for every year?
All right. The next document are the maintenance projects by school from 09-10. And then you got, yeah. This was an attempt to show you what was cut.
The question was, from what was in the board budget, what had to be reduced in the final budget, after the final budget cut.
Right.
So if I'm reading this correctly, and please, colleagues, jump in, I've got two totals here. Let's stay with the top stanza, right? You requested 1.6 million,
Correct.
which I guess was in the operating budget, if I'm reading this
That's
correctly?
correct. And the cut that year was 670,000.
The cut was 670,000,
Yep.
so it stayed
And the
at
explanation
938.
of the cut is on the next 2 pages, the back of that one page and the next page.
Okay.
And originally, it
Yeah,
was
I looked at
750,
this.
but we were able to reduce that to 670.
Yep.
And then on the page after that, you'll see the proposed maintenance operation budget cuts for 10-11 totaling slightly different format. And
Yep.
it totals the 153,588 cut from the budget document to the final appropriation. Now, what we don't have here are all of what Tom would call his priority ones that, some of which never even made it to the budget document that the superintendent presents to the Board of Education because of the funding
Okay, so
limitations.
does this indicate that the proposed was 3,785 last year, round number?
Yes,
And
for
what
this year, for this year.
For this current year
This
that we're in?
current year that we're in.
Last
Mhm.
year's budget cycle of this year,
That's correct.
okay? And that you're planning on spending 3.631?
That's correct.
But that's the whole department, that's not just the maintenance projects.
No, that's everything.
Yeah,
The
that's
way,
got-
as I said, the format was slightly different. We didn't recreate formats here for you.
I-
Because what we were trying to show were what were the cuts in the maintenance budget.
But that would say out of the reduction last year, only all in, about $154,000 was cut from maintenance programs, from what was requested
Correct.
to what was finally approved and implemented by the board.
That is correct.
This includes capital, right?
This is not the CIP item.
This is the,
This is operating budget,
Your school capital, operating capital.
operating budget,
operating budget only.
major maintenance
Not
project.
capital outlay for the schools. This is maintenance only.
Right.
Okay. Okay,
Moving on.
please.
Then the next item is the explanation, detail about the funding of the ARA funds. We had a discussion about what the ARA IDEA funds were used for. And it's done by grant category, so the ARA grant for IDEA comes into three different categories. The biggest one is the 611 account, and that's the one where, as you heard Andrea talk about last time, the biggest part of that was the assistive technology. So that's your biggest piece over there, that 487 number.
Questions, comments from board members on this item? I have a couple then. Number one, do any of these reflect personnel costs?
No.
No.
They do not.
Number two, you say here that these funds, about $1 million, were used to cover special ed shortfalls,
That's correct.
and that was okay under this grant?
It is.
Right, that's specifically for special education. And they gave you discretion about where you spent it, as long as it went toward special education expenses.
To your earlier point, though, that is the largest expenditure here is to cover those shortfalls.
Yes.
And then the second largest expenditure after to cover the shortfalls there are assistive technology.
Correct.
That's correct.
Do we have questions from board? Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Bellitto.
Just to clarify, this is part of the R grant as a whole that's going away in this current year, correct? I know it's just classified differently, but it's all under the R umbrella that we're not getting this
That's
next
correct.
fiscal year.
The ARA money is three separate pots of money,
Right.
and they're all going away.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
except for the 512,168 that's going to you from us as a gift.
Okay, thank you.
That was a joke. Supposed to be chuckling at that remark.
An hour ago, we would have.
I understand. I understand. Okay, I'll just keep trying.
Also on the update.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, and then that is it in terms of the detail. There was a question about the stop loss, and that's
Yeah.
on the front page in terms of the 12-month, the rolling 12-month individual stop loss claims, and they're listed there. And then there's a question 8 about how many of the new certified positions are required because of the loss of grant funding. This is the State Fiscal Stabilization Fund. This is the 512,168, funded 5.05 positions.
Okay. Mr. Bellitto.
On item number 7 regarding the individual stop loss, the amounts that you listed, Dr. Title, is that what was in excess of the stop loss, or is that what the amount was below the stop loss or at or above?
No, that was what was in excess of the stop-loss limit.
Okay, so it would have been, you hit 150, then it went 190, 432 over that, for example, the
Correct.
707. Okay, just want
Yeah,
to make sure I got that right.
But that didn't mean it went 190 over on one person. There happened to be 4 individuals that hit on
Understood,
that
so that's an
particular-
aggregate amount. Okay.
That's correct.
Got it, thank you.
Okay.
I think that those were most of the questions. You did, well, not here, Mr. Flynn, though at the presentation, Mr. Tetreau make a comment about what percentage of the total spending in the town goes to education versus other things, and sort of mused out loud, gee, wouldn't it be interesting to know how that compares to some other towns? So we took that as a challenge. And we had a staff member do some research on it off of publicly available documents for the current year. Couldn't
Right.
get everything. Some of it's apples to oranges. We did our best with it. Bonnie's going to pass that out. And what it will show you is that, there's a lot of towns that the percentage is higher for Board of Ed, which is what my hypothesis was. And doesn't mean that we're low and they're high, just that I've worked in districts where the town share has been as low as 30%. I mean, it's just, all depends on a lot of things, so.
It also, doesn't it depend on what they include in terms
We
of
tried to
age?
do apples to apples where we could. Greenwich is way out of whack because I think all their fringe benefits are out of the budget, so that's a tough one. But I would say across the state, typically, these percentages change as a function of how much of an urban setting you're in. Urban settings tend to have closer to a 50-50, or even a higher percentage on the town side than the Board of Ed side. And the sort of small towns, more suburban-y districts tend to have a higher percentage going to schools and less. Urban districts, just as an example, they have to put a lot more money into public safety. If you think about, a Bridgeport versus Easton Reading, you can understand why the percentages might be way off. So that's sort of a function of, if you ran a regression analysis, that's probably what you would see. So that was, I know you were sort of musing about it, but it sort of set us in motion.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Dr.
Mr.
Title, first of all, thank you for answering my muse.
Wasn't sure which of you mused about it, but
And then, second, these are all for the same fiscal year?
yes, this year,
Okay,
current
so-
year.
So certain things like, this is fiscal 11, where we didn't have, the teachers, administrators took raises and steps, so that might understate Fairfield's contribution a little bit. I don't expect you to know, on here to identify or know what the other, but that kind of 60 to 65% ballpark is probably a good
That's the range.
number for suburban-type communities
Yes.
opposed to,
Yeah, it is. Everybody at some point, I would say virtually every school system, either 2 years ago, last year, or in the current year, at one point in those 3 years, everyone took a wage freeze. I don't know that there are very many of them where that happened more than 1 year. So that number gets baked in somewhere along the line. Whether it was 2 years ago, it stays with you. So.
No, appreciate, I just didn't want anybody to think if this number changes dramatically, anything untoward happened. It just,
Right.
at some point, the raises are back in there, so it changes the dynamics, that's all.
It does, you're right. You're right, that's a good point.
And the other point I would make is we tried to research many more towns and cities than this. These were the ones that had budgets online on the website that we were able to access and get a comparison on.
Yep.
And in some cases, we did make quite a few calls to specific districts asking for clarification.
Well, Thank you very much.
Perplexing
And
things.
I really
Yeah.
appreciate what you did here, so thank you.
All right, good.
I do as well. Thank you very much.
Yep. And then, is that it? We have Mr. DeWitt's pie chart? Well, we have one for you and everybody else.
You're going to make the man happy.
The question was, how do we square up the pie chart with the executive summary that shows the percentage increases? So we've carved out a section of the pie to show the cost increases, the 0.6, not attributable to contractual or fixed obligations. So we're hoping this does the trick. So, anyway, that's
Thank you.
the sliver that says new to budget is the new piece. I'm hoping that answers the question. That was our attempt to graphically display it. If we didn't get it quite right, we get points for trying. And is that it, Bonnie? Anything else?
So according to this pie chart, if I might, and then I'll turn it over, you referred earlier to a presentation that Mr. Tetreau and I gave to PTA Council on the budget process, and in the part of that presentation, we spoke globally about the town and the fact that about 70% of the town's expenditures related to personnel costs, salary and budget, and that's a global number, including the town and the Board of Ed. On the Board of Ed side, this would show, under even the proposed budget, that 77.7% of your budget is related to personnel-related costs.
That's correct. And if you add in salaries new to budget in the little sliver, you actually get right to the round number. Another 0.3%. Right. So yes, it's, we're a labor-intensive business. We spend the vast majority of our money on people.
Okay. Questions, comments from board members on this? Yes, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Just sticking with staffing for a moment. One of the large, I guess probably the largest new initiative you have is the elementary school model.
Yes.
Okay, worth about $448,000. So can you just explain that briefly on what we're doing there?
Sure. And, you know, I'm really glad you asked that, because Ms. Katea Leonard has been chomping at the bit to come up here
There
and
she
talk
is.
to this item. But
Every night.
for hours, she has been
Waiting.
waiting. But the big picture on this is that, and this actually was identified in the operational audit, that we do not provide, in my view, sufficient emphasis and support in math and science at the elementary level. And that to the extent we can correct those issues early with children, it will pay benefits down the road. Our staffing model right now, in terms of math support, is 4/10 of a math support teacher at each elementary school, regardless of the size. And at the same time, we were looking for a way to beef up our language arts support, but that has a very large offset in it, in terms of the changeover from the early literacy tutors to the certified full-time teachers. And the other piece we were trying to do was we were trying to come up with a model that was fair and based on the size of the school, the number of sections, the number of children. Our staffing model at the elementary level had been very haphazard, was very much at the discretion of I don't know what. So we tried to standardize it and put bands in place. So that was the big picture. But now that she's warmed up and ready to go, and has
3 good
record on
minutes.
it, we give her 15 minutes of fame, not 15 minutes of fame.
No, 15 minutes.
That's a metaphoric 15 minutes of fame. Anna Katea Leonard is the Director of Elementary Education. Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Tetreau. Thank you for asking the question, Mr. Brown.
Right. You win the prize.
Because elementary folks are really excited about this, because it is going to bring great benefit to students, directly to students in Fairfield Public Schools. As Dr. Tetreau alluded to, we basically had a one standard allocation of staffing to elementary schools, and that's primarily everyone gets the same amount of staffing. But we know that our school sizes range from 310 to 540, and student needs vary depending on size. So we decided to do some reflecting on that and created 3 bands of schools based on the number of sections in each school, which reflects the number of students in each school. And based on those bands, then we took a look at what we know about student needs in the area of literacy and mathematics and science. And we came up with 3 big pieces that we felt we needed support on. And that is, will be rolled into the job description of these new positions. One is direct service to students. A majority of the time of these new staff members will be spent with kids, one-on-one small group, and students along the spectrum of students that may be in need of remediation or students that may be in need of acceleration. Secondly, these staff members will spend time with side-by-side coaching or modeling of new strategies for teaching reading, science, or mathematics. So there'll be some time spent with teachers and building their capacity in the classroom and modeling new strategies, because there's definitely a science to teaching how to read and teaching mathematics and science. And then thirdly, a portion of their time will be spent in professional development, conducting training, developing the capacity of teachers so that we're growing our teachers stronger, if you will, so that when the specialist is not in the classroom or working with students directly, that teachers' skills have not also been improved and strengthened as well. So we see those three major categories that will be rolled into the job description of these new positions. As Dr. Title alluded to, we have currently a language arts consultant and some early literacy tutors at each building. We will make those positions now language arts specialists, and the tutors will be moved away. We'll remove that position, and that will clearly create a savings. And in the math area, we have 2 days a week at every building in support of mathematics. We are, over the next 3 years, very importantly, rolling out a new curriculum and instructional model pre-K-5. And that's going to take a lot of support because it's a new way of looking at mathematics and teaching it. And we really need on-the-ground 5 days a week support. And we know that the science area needs some attention. And we've rolled that into the job description as well for that new position. It's basically in less than 15 minutes.
Right. And
The description.
follow along at home, it's on pages 163, 164, and 165 in the book, if you want to know more about it. Does that help?
That helps, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Flatto.
Just a quick question. The only question I have is, and they sound like really good initiatives, but the question I guess the literacy tutors, teachers are mostly certified people. I know some of them.
Yes.
And they work 19.5 hours,
Right.
not benefits, but they're doing the delivery of services to those kids as this model is describing. So you're suggesting to take those positions and put them to full-time. Some may be the same people, some may be different people, and some may not be there. What is it in the extra, say, 15 hours of time will they be doing? Is it more student services? Is it strictly professional development? What is it?
Well, it's important to underscore before I answer that the individuals who will be hired for the language arts specialist will have a certification requirement, which does not exist currently.
Some
So
do.
the early literacy
Some have it.
tutors, some may have them, but it's not required for the position at this time. But the certification for teaching is required, of course. So we will have that requirement of all the new language arts specialists. The additional hours will be to serve students, do on-the-job coaching, side-by-side modeling, and professional development. But what we're finding now is the services, the amount of service we have at each building is insufficient to meet the needs of all students. You will see, though, in the bands, that smaller schools will receive less of an allocation. So if you will, a Band 1 school, like Dwight, Holland Hill, or Jennings on page 163, will receive 1.5 language arts specialists. So it'll actually be 1.5 persons, if you will. So a smaller school won't get 2 full-time individuals. So a school like Burr, North Stratfield, Riverfield, Sherman will have 2 people serving as language arts specialists, serving more students. So there's time will be spent more so with students, of course, but some of those other things I discussed.
Now, it's possible for some of the folks, if they're currently on staff, they hold the certification, they might be able to get full-time positions with us instead of 19.5 hours. I mean, that's a possibility.
I'm going to go to Mr. Kiley. Mr. Flatto, you're all set?
Thank you, Chairman Flynn.
I haven't got a response. Are you all set?
Oh, you all set, Ken?
Okay.
You good? Dr. Title, last week you walked us through some changes that you're making to how you're utilizing interns.
Yes.
And I didn't catch all of it. If you could
Sure.
just quickly revisit that, and I'm not sure whether you meant the paid interns or the unpaid interns or both. And further to that, is there any way that those changes in interns interact with these new initiatives at the elementary school to either supplement them or work with them some way?
Yes. First of all, when I'm talking about interns, I'm only talking about interns that impact our budget. The unpaid interns, we don't have to deal with in here.
Right.
You know, the interns that are paid interns it's actually a contract we have with the universities, and we get the services of these individuals for a full school year. And They are being allocated out to the schools in a formula, but the formula is not too complicated. All the elementary schools get one for next year. The main purpose for those interns is to serve as substitute teachers.
Okay.
All right? Because if every day they serve as a substitute teacher is a day we don't pay a substitute teacher. So mathematically, as long as they substitute 130 days of the year, we break even or actually make out with this model. So one of the changes is that all the interns must substitute a minimum of 130 days a year. So the cost benefit is at least break even. One of the issues with the interns has been that some of the schools or some of the interns request that they do their student teaching as part of the internship. While they do that, of course, they're unavailable to us to substitute. So another change we've made is that we will not take an intern who is going to do student teaching during the year because that cost benefit isn't working for us if that happens.
Okay.
In some cases, it's more cost-effective, quite frankly, to hire a permanent substitute who gives the same consistency of an intern. The kids get to know them, and so we are doing a blended model there. We're cutting the number of interns in half, and the net savings to the budget, based on our projections of what we'll save in terms of intern costs and substitute teacher costs, is $159,000.
Okay. So you're exclusively trying to use them in the classroom versus specialty education?
That's
needs
exactly
or-
right. And what we found is that this used to be something within the purview of the principal and their allocation.
Right.
Okay? And you might recall that their allocation was subsidized by central support. Remember those terms that used to be in your budget? Notice they're not there anymore? All right? So as a result, some principals were taking their allocation and purchasing interns at a discount, right? And so this caused a lot of inequities. That's just the best way to put it. And so this is another attempt to provide equity across the elementary schools. And this doesn't just apply to elementary schools, by the way. This same process and requirements apply to interns at the middle school and at the high school. I believe the number is we're going from approximately 64 to 32, or it's in that range. There are a lot of them. So there's a pretty dramatic reduction. But only if they are cost-effective will we keep them. This was addressed in the audit, and we had been on this much earlier.
Thank you for the
That help?
explanation. Yes,
Okay.
it does, thank
Yep.
you. Ms. Stanley.
Dr. Title, I just have a question. In regard to the elementary staffing model,
Mhm.
I heard that you mentioned one-on-one a lot, and I'm just wondering, how much impact is this going to have on space within the schools? Because I know when there's more one-on-one, you need more individual classrooms, and so I'd like to focus on that, if we could.
We're not anticipating that we're going to be requesting additional space for these things to happen. We will use the existing space. One-on-ones, I mean, if you walk through some of these schools, you'll notice kids getting one-on-one or small group in lots of creative spots.
Right, but that's
Yep.
usually when you come to us and say, we're teaching somebody in a closet, and we really need more space.
Right.
And then there's another $25 million that pops up.
Right, this won't cost $25 million. Now, I don't see this impacting the space needs in any significant way.
Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none. I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? Good. Mr. DeWitt.
You missed one question. What are you going to do if we recommend the $1.625 million for Selectman cut?
Well, as you know, I have to tell you that it's not my decision, but the way I have approached budget cuts in the past, and unfortunately I've had to do them for about 20 years in a row, is that the way we've laid this budget out, some of the areas that perhaps you've seen the board or the board's been able to take some reductions in non-personnel areas are essentially off the table at this point. Right? Because obviously, I don't have to tell you insurance is off the table, okay? We have accounted for every dollar of every revenue source in here in gory detail. So there's no magic grant over here that will say, we'll take our open choice money and pay for something. The open choice money is all allocated. In fact, we're putting it towards this elementary model. That's how strongly we feel about it. So there's no place to suddenly say, oh, you know, we have this grant. We don't have ARA to bail us out, all right? And so I think my chances of being able to recommend a significant budget cut that doesn't touch personnel is remote. There may be some, you know, relatively small areas that are non-personnel related that we could get to, but as we just looked at, where's all the money in this budget? You know, you add the personnel in, and then you add in transportation. We sucked that one dry with the bus start times. You know, I mean, so transportation's sort of off the table. Start going through the other ones. Utilities, not much you can do there. Special ed tuition, you know, you're rolling the dice if you reduce that number. So when you really get down to it, now you're down to personnel costs. It doesn't mean that we're going to slash massive numbers of teachers. It doesn't mean we're going to lay off tons of people. I don't want to be melodramatic about it. But to me, it looks like the only other place to go would be position reductions. There may be position reductions that are vacant. There may be position reductions in non-certified areas, that, you know, so positions broadly speaking, right? The 1,458 FTEs that are out there. I would look to obviously minimize the impact on our instructional program. I put up these slides for you about our wonderful instructional program, and then my goal was to try to maintain that, and if not, possibly enhance it. But the fact is, we're a service delivery system. And so where that would be and what the board might want to do with it, I can't tell you. I tend to do it in terms of shared pain, you know, so everybody takes a nick, you know, so it isn't that, you know, the high schools, you know, I mean, some areas might have to take a little more than others, but we try to look out across, you know, the whole range of positions, central office, elementary, middle school, high school, have to look at everything and see where the least damage would be. And that's how I would approach it. But I would worry about cutting back too much in the non-instructional areas, because then sometimes you're creating a hole for the following year, and you just got to fill it up. There's the whole discussion about the technology. I go cut $500,000 out of technology. That's a short-term fix. The next year I'm here saying, I need $500,000 to get whole in technology. I don't like doing that, all right? You can't, and you know, there's a point at which you can't just take it out of supplies and equipment. I mean, there's some base number you have that you need there. So that's my philosophy of it, but understanding that it's not a threat, it's not a scare tactic, the world will not end, the doors will open, we'll have teachers in classrooms. I'm not looking forward to it. Certainly don't want to be the superintendent that slowly but surely starts to minimize what we have offerings to families and children here. But that's how I see it, and unfortunately, until we go through it once, you're not going to believe it. So I'm going to sort of generally say that's my philosophy of how I approach it. It's a team effort. I'll take input from staff on it, you know, present my best recommendation to the board, and then it's up to them. Ultimately, they might make a different decision, but that's how I go at that. I think it will have an impact, because I think I've really got this thing pretty well tied up, and based on the discussion and the feedback on this budget and where some of the issues have been in the past, where there's been some looseness around it, I think we've really tried to close the gate on all that stuff. I don't know if that's just, I can't be any more specific than that.
I appreciate your candor.
Right, and I don't want to set off a panic either. Right. Okay.
There was one other question that's not specifically addressed that I see, and that was my question regarding the calculation on
the medical?
On the medical. And I'm not suggesting for a second that we need to go through that at 10:20 at night with a bunch of other departments.
Right.
But do you have a handout that you can give to me, a calculation that we can follow back up on, or at least follow the math?
We do have a handout on that.
Okay.
That you were
I
probably.
think I agree with the chair. I think we should not discuss, we should just get information. We got a whole bunch of people waiting.
Right.
And I think to do more in the Board of Ed now is really unfair to everybody else.
The short version of what our big chunk of it is in the fact that we carry a line item for, in the wage and benefit reserve for new staff. And so when you're looking at our current year contribution to the fund compared to next year's contribution to the fund, there's a difference, and that explains about half of the variance, right off the top. So if you look at the top of this, in 10-11, the current year, our operating budget number that we're carrying is the 14,808,248. And you're looking at 11-12 at 16,362, and you're looking at a 10.5%. That's where the 10.5% came from. But when you look at what we're really putting in this year, it's an additional 566. That's that benefits for new staff line. So year over year, based on the same census of bodies, it's really a 6.43% increase. So there's 4 percentage points of it right there, Tom.
Yep.
Right. Now, we are carrying a $308,000 figure in the wage and benefit reserve for new staff, but those are staff that are not yet on board, and so to keep it a constant census of people, that's the comparison, right? So if we end up hiring all the staff that are on the list, our contribution next year will be 16,362 plus the 308. So that's a big piece of it. I don't know that I can speak to a whole lot more about it because I think that starts to get into, if you want to compare us to the town, that may be an issue. Part of this might be about the town situation, and I don't want to go there for obvious reasons. So I think that's a big part of it, that may be, explains it.
Thank you. My own personal view is I'll take this offline and can review it. Mr. Walsh?
I wanted to follow up on one of Mr. DeWitt's questions, Dr. Title, and I really appreciate your candor on that question, on how to answer a question you really don't know how to answer. But
practicing to be a politician.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't suggest it.
No, no. I'm with you.
My question is that you talked that you might have to cut staffing to make up that difference based on what you're seeing
right
as a whole. In previous years, I guess when that same question was asked, we did get more of a threat, I guess, which was that we were going to have increased class sizes.
Right.
I mean, the person who sat in your seat for a number of years, we would hear that year in and year out. Is that something that when you talk about staffing issues, is that something that you would see based on the first selectman's proposed cut, or is that just something that you can't even figure out at this point in time?
I think it's a little early, and I think that increased class sizes is a generic term. Sometimes increased class sizes are more damaging at some levels than other levels, right? So, it's different. If you take the average class size in kindergarten, to me is more valuable, if you have to make a choice, than maybe in some upper grades. But also remember, we've got some contractual limits on some of these. We can't just increase. And in fact, one of the really neat things that's in this budget that I'm sure you'll want to study at great detail is Margaret Mary Fitzgerald put together this wonderful 3-page chart of all the different constrictions on class size and where they come from, because all those questions come up. So sometimes we have no choice because we're limited. So it's really too early. We really have to look at some of the course-taking patterns at the high schools, for example. And position reductions are sometimes taken from positions that are slated as new positions. So it's not that just because you're reducing a position doesn't mean someone's getting laid off. I want to make sure that people understand there's a difference between a position reduction does not necessarily equal a layoff. But could it impact class sizes? It could. I'm particularly partial to trying to maintain wherever we possibly can the elementary class sizes. I think that's very important. Our middle school class sizes are really driven by the 112 per team, which that's 23 in a class. That's not small. So we'd have to take a look at it. But I'm not looking forward to it. But I also don't want to paint the picture of devastation. You've also got people who are not classroom teachers when you talk about positions, right? We've got some other service providers. We have non-certified positions. Everything would be on the table at that point.
Well, I appreciate the response. It was quite refreshing, actually. Thank you.
Well, it is what it is.
Questions, comments from other board members on this budget? Seeing none, first of all, I want to extend our thanks and appreciation to Dr. Title, his team, as well as the Board of Education, who all work very hard. I also want to thank particularly Dr. Title for his simplification of the budget process. There was a much cleaner document this year you and your team put together, much more easy to understand. I feel comfortable that a lot of the areas of gray have been brought out into the light, and I appreciate the candor, as I know, and I echo the sentiments of my board members as well as the members of the Board of Selectmen for all the work and effort that went through to it. We look forward to working with you in the future, and hopefully not all budget years, and I think we say this every year, but hopefully not all budget years will be as difficult as this one.
All right, well, I thank you for the kind words, and on behalf of the board, I can't speak for the board, but they did a lot of work in reviewing this before you got it, and my staff here, we really appreciate it, and I think the questions have been excellent, and appreciate the opportunity to have the dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Since we did take public comment on the Board of Education budget at our last meeting on the Board of Education budget, we will not be doing that tonight. I know the room will probably clear out relatively quickly here, at least some of it. We're going to move on right to the library. And again, my apologies for the lateness of the hour. To anyone paying attention, within this budget process, we added an extra step with the capital improvement process coming an extra night, which has backed us up. I think worthwhile, but it's backed us up.
And we're going to go to a question and answer format?
Yes.
Yeah. So those of you that are coming up, it's going to be question and answer format only, no presentations. Thank you.
This will be a question and answer format going forward. I know that the library is up first.
I'm playing this year, Tom.
Good. Don't know how 7 points in this one. I got 7.
That's right, you
So I don't know what you're going to do.
I forgot that. Exactly.
Didn't say anything.
For downtown. First one we never scored 7 points. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, and my apologies for the tardiness of the night, and I appreciate your patience. I'm going to turn it right over to board members, if that's okay.
Sure.
My name?
Karen Ronald, Town Librarian.
Brian Callahan, Chair of the Library Board of Trustees.
Great.
And thanks for
And
coming.
welcome, and thank you for coming.
Nice to be here.
Pages 218 and 219 in the budget book. This is a $92,000 increase, or 2.1%, over this current year. I should note, A, that doesn't account for any increases in salary related to full-time personnel, right, Mr. Flatto?
Except
That's
for
under union-
except for any steps.
Yes, except for steps. And B, it does include $64,000, or a 10.49% increase in healthcare costs. So we're looking at about a $28,000 increase year over year on non-healthcare related costs, correct?
About 0.5%.
Yeah. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns from board members? We'll go to Mr. Bellitto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. The question is with respect to materials, library materials. I know there were some issues in terms of purchasing materials in the past year. Have those been straightened out operationally?
We're working on that.
And we're hoping to speak with the Board of Finance in April about that.
That's
Great.
correct.
Thank you.
On our April agenda will be a presentation from the purchasing department, including Mr. Flatto, who has been working with department heads. The new Munis system has brought out some interesting information and brought to light some interesting items that we need to review in our purchasing process that have caused some areas of concern for certain departments, the library being one, the Board of Education being another. At my request on our behalf, Ms. Holland has been working on, with the department heads, on new policies and procedures, and those will be presented for discussion at our board in April. Okay? Mr. Brockfeld.
Thanks. One quick question for you guys, and also I'd like to echo what Mr. Flatto said. Thanks for staying so late. The only line I'm interested in, not really because the amount concerns me in terms of the increase, 56,180 library materials, obviously your biggest line, or one of your biggest. With the oncoming ebook and electronic book world, is there, I mean, I know I've talked to the librarians in your
I know you
branches.
have.
Yes, I've been very interested in it, and so apparently, but they report back to you.
Absolutely.
But they tell me that sometime this month or next, we should be having a full ebook lending kind of thing. Will that reduce our costs either this year or going forward significantly?
I think we're in a transition era where we still have a lot of people who really want to hold books in their hands. And we also have commuters, lots of them from Fairfield, and travelers and mobile families and individuals who want the digital experience too. I don't think we're ready to switch over all to digital. We are working towards reducing those collections in print that are not being well used, and we're putting more money towards digital materials, including our databases. I have costs for Reference USA and other databases tonight if you want to hear about those. But Overdrive is what we're looking forward to. It's a digital library platform. It's a platform that costs about $9,600, and then we purchase individual items just like we would do for a physical library, and we're going to build you a digital library, and we hope to have it ready by mid-April.
And is it cheaper to get a book in digital form?
Well, you know, I checked in that today because I thought that might be a question. It's looking like for film and audio, no, not really. But for books, because we don't need to process them now, we won't have to cover them, we won't have to barcode them. They just appear on your digital device. There'll be less processing costs, which is bundled into our cost of our books. So yes, there'll be less, costs on individual books, we think.
So maybe going forward, that could take some of the pressure off of maybe.
It will take the pressure off space in a library where we can't continue to grow a collection infinitely when we only have a certain amount of space, for sure.
Ken, one of the things that the board has asked about, and we've looked at, just in my 6 years on the board, the amount of money that we're spending on digital products and resources in terms of time on the part of the library staff is significant. But what we also know, and what research and articles and library journals are talking about, is that digital platform is bringing us to people who don't use the library currently. They don't like paper. They want digital. So it's not necessarily replacing the people who are using paper. It's bringing new patrons to the library to a digital branch. So I'm not sure we're going to see that significant a reduction in the short term anyway, in terms of costs.
Other questions, comments from board members on the library budget?
May I
Please.
make one request? Last year, we had our part-time budget cut by $15,000, and it's had a significant impact on our library services. We've cut Saturday hours for the main and the branch library. We've also had to cut internal clerk assistants who help us get those materials to the shelves. Mr. Flatto has agreed that we would to have this money put back in the budget, and we'd love to keep it here for this year. It will really, really have a very positive impact on the service we're offering the community. We have seen upwards of 40 people lining up on Saturdays to get into the library. So we know that people are using our library a lot more, especially in an economic downturn.
What were the hours cut?
Well, what we did was we looked at use and what we thought so that people wouldn't be affected on either end. So right now, our Saturday hours at both libraries are 10 to 4, and we would just like to reinstate it to 9 to 5. And really what happens is those hours on weekends and evenings are really supported by our part-time people. We really depend on those people, and when we cut part-time hours like that, we have to think about cutting service hours.
Is that just on Saturdays?
Yeah, we actually previously had cut hours at the branch too, but it also affects our internal operations.
So it's 2 hours at each
Yeah.
location? So it's 4 hours in total? 50 weeks a year, 52 weeks a year?
No, yes, yes. We're not open on Sunday. I
You
was
said
just trying-
50 or 52? You said yes.
It's 52. It's 52.
52 it is, okay. Okay, so about 108 total hours? No, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. It's double that.
52
Yeah,
times.
216. Yep.
Yeah, 200
216.
plus.
260. Okay.
Jim has a follow-up.
Please, Jim.
Hello.
Hi.
So is there a commitment that if that number is not cut, and it does not get cut during the whole thing, that you will immediately change the hours starting July 1st?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Any other questions, comments? Please.
I just have to say on behalf of the board, I would think that would be the case, but I can't speak for the other 5 members of the board. I would absolutely think that would be the case, because that's what we've been interested. That's what we voted at the board level, but it is a board vote. So we can't really say without
Yeah,
taking a vote.
I'm just trying to get a commitment only because I don't want to be sold this, do it, and all of a sudden try to get into the library at 9 o'clock and it still be closed.
If it helps in the budget book, detail it said for increasing Saturday hours.
That's, just seems to be a procedural thing. You know, the board can get feisty sometimes and say, Callahan, what are you committing us like that for?
Mine too. Any other questions, comments?
They're
concerns?
less feisty at 10:25 in the evening, Mr. Flynn.
You don't know this group. All right, seeing no other questions or comments, I'm going to turn to the public quickly and ask if they have any comments. I do know there's members of the library board here and et cetera, so if they have any questions, comments that they'd like to make, now is the time. Seeing none, thank you for your time.
They can stand up if they support the budget. No.
I thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the Penfield Pavilion Complex. Page 221 and 222. This is a $200 increase here. Explain yourself, Mr. Lombard.
No.
As you can see, we held the line.
Thank you.
Jim has a quick one.
Yeah, I do have a quick one as well. Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Flynn, maybe it's the same thing. I think when we went over the revenue items,
Exactly. Thank you.
we talked about having Jerry talk about the revenue increases he's predicting based, I guess, on the new pavilion.
There was one line item in particular, Mr. Lombardo, that I think went up by $100,000.
Yes, as you recall, that was for Penfield 1.
Yeah, the one rental.
We're anticipating $10,000 in this current fiscal year. We're moving it up to $106,000. And as you recall, when we were going through the procedure to get the funding for the renovations, I did that pro forma of showing how much more rentals we'll have over the course of a full year. So therefore, and knowing that I even had it higher, I believe, in my pro forma, which I think is here. And due to the unanticipated opening of the facility, I haven't rented it as of yet. Although we do have about a dozen people on a waiting list trying, for a call as to when we're going to be opening, but I can't commit to anybody right now until we have a firm opening. So that's where that, matter of fact, Penfield 1 revenue, I was anticipating $153,000 in that pro forma, if you recall.
Is there a guess as to when, is it mid-July that we're hoping to open it?
We'll have a better idea tomorrow. As you know, as you've been probably reading the paper and heard different things, we're approximately 8 weeks behind schedule due to the snow. And Richie White's crew has been doing their best. They're out of there now. I understand they laid their first timber today. We're getting a plan. Richie's getting a plan from the contractor, hopefully tomorrow, that we'll have it laid out, of if he stays on a straight schedule, where it would be for finishing date, if we put on 2 shifts, where it would be, if they worked weekends, where it would be. So, and then we're going to try to make sure that, see where it is financially within the existing budget, and, but that's as far as much as I know as of right now. But I know that Richie's been, and the committee's been working on it.
Jerry, if your pro forma showed 153, did you cut it back to 106 to be conservative, or because you were concerned about the delayed opening?
Both. I was conservative. Because I knew that we were not. I anticipated we're not going to have our first rental probably till September.
Okay.
That was back, then.
So how comfortable are you with the 106 at this point in time?
He's good.
I'm comfortable. I mean, it's guesswork. I mean, it really is at this juncture. I won't have, I won't have a benchmark until after our first full season, but
So are you comfortable or not comfortable?
I'm teetering. I really don't know.
Well, which way are you teetering?
I think I'm teetering that I think we could stay with the 100,000. I think we'll probably be within, 10,000 either way.
You do?
Yeah, because like I said, we have a dozen people now, okay, waiting to get a rental. But
If each board member would commit to one night,
How much will you get for each of those dozen?
what was our rental fee? You asked me. I wasn't prepared to answer those.
Just, you're
I
saying...
think it was 1,000. I think it was like $800, $8 to
Okay, so let's say
$1,000,
you're at...
depending on the time the.
So you're at
weekday.
$12,000
Right. See?
on your waiting
That's why I say
list.
10,000 either way. I really, I mean,
First 12 are just a fig.
I do know that if we had a full operation and we were a full year, I believe we would have hit our projected goal. Just taking from what we did at Penfield 2 on a limited schedule. So I really believe that we could hit it, but I'm not sure about this
I'm
year.
just trying to get a real number. I'm not trying to
I-
put anybody on the spot, but to Mr. Walsh's point, when we're setting the budget, I want a number that we can get to, not a number that we're...
Yeah,
I would just ask, because we had a lot of budgets, guys, if we do revenue questions, maybe just submit them in writing, because we got a lot of stuff to do.
I know we got a lot of stuff to do, but this was something we wanted to follow up on.
It's anybody's
I think
guess.
this is the only,
Anybody's
I think
guess.
we're good with the $200.
Tom, can I say- oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jerry, can I just ask, I'm just having a little hard time with the math. So you're saying the place rents out for $800-odd a night? Is that what you? Approximately, or 1,000?
Yeah, it was up to 1,200 on certain,
Well, can I use 1,000 as an average?
Yeah.
Just for the point of the discussion. And we're projected to open now mid-July, you're saying?
probably, no, probably our first rental would probably be.
Oh,
in
I'm sorry, right, you
September.
said in September.
That's about 10 per month. It's about 10 per month, that 10K for...
So the number's a little heavy.
So it's,
Yeah.
it's. I
But
mean,
you have to remember, when we did this budget, we did it back.
No,
in-
I understand that. I don't think you're responsible necessarily. It just sounds to me like, I mean, we can talk about this later, but it just sounds optimistic.
It is.
Very more than just teetering. It sounds,
Okay.
very optimistic.
I like to.
All right.
risk it,
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Just want to get the number
No.
right, that's all.
Any other questions, comments on this budget? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to Parks and Rec 223, 224, 225.
Flynn would agree.
The total increase here is $2,363. $12,000 of that increase is health insurance, offset by a variety of miscellaneous reductions in other areas. Any questions, comments, concerns on the Parks and Recs budget? Seeing none, we'll move on to the waterfront and the marina, page 227, 228, 229. Seasonal payroll is down by 9%, total of $32,000. Total budget's down $36,000. Questions, comments from board members on this? Anyone? Seeing none, we'll move on from that budget. We'll go to the waterfront, I'm sorry, we just did the waterfront and the marina. We'll go to South Pine Creek Golf Course, 7111, page 229, 230, 231. Budget increase of $24,000, 22,000 of which are capital outlay. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks for coming and thanks for sticking around.
Peter Gray, Superintendent, Smith Richardson Golf Course and South Pine Creek Golf Course.
Craig Curley, Chairman of the Golf Commission.
Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, questions, comments from board members on these items? Okay, quick question here from me on the capital outlay. Are these items that have been carried over from prior years and have just moved up the list?
No, the mower, I believe the mower we had on last year, and we took it off, so you're correct on that. The $12,000 is, last year we had $24,000 in for a truck. You gave us $12,000. We've tried to get a truck. We went to surplus, went to Public Works. We can't get a vehicle for $12,000. So what I'm asking is that this $12,000 be approved. We carry over the $12,000 that was in our existing budget, and we purchase a vehicle. But we did do our, I had DPW do their fleet manager, try to find us a vehicle, and it just can't be done. And it's also very difficult to bid for a used truck, but most of them don't start at $12,000. So.
Okay. Questions,
Mr.
comments
Mr.
from board
Flynn?
members?
This
Mr. Walsh?
pickup truck, now that you'd have $24,000, is that a new truck, or is that a used truck, but a better used truck?
No, it'd be a new truck.
New truck? Okay.
That's what, right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments on this golf course? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Smith Richardson Golf Course, 7113, which is page 234, 235. Page 233 is the write-up. Before we go to it, can I just ask, I think we've asked this in prior years. I'm just going to refer to the Finance Department, if you could get us this information tomorrow. Could we just see quickly what I would refer to as a P&L on these courses? So I'd like to take the revenue lines directly attributable to each of the golf courses, put them up against the total expenses for each of the golf courses, and see what the bottom lines are. If we could see that tomorrow. Gentlemen, do you ever see that for your own purposes of managing the golf courses? Do you see a P&L on a monthly or quarterly basis?
They see a monthly income report. They don't see a P&L, but we do have access to it between Unison.
I would think that'd be worthwhile, because really, we're not in the business of golf, right? We're in the business of trying to make money on golf, or at least make it be self-supportive, right?
Right.
So that might be useful if Munis can provide that to the Golf Commission, right?
Right. This year.
I want it on current year-to-date, and I'd like it on next year's budget as well, please. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And can you please provide copies to the Golf Commission as well, Mr. Lombardo? That's fine, just before we, that's excellent. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Brockfeld, please.
Thanks. Just a quick question. The description on 233 says the course was built to handle between 36 and 40,000 rounds of golf. How many rounds of golf do you actually, like this year and last couple of years on average?
We were at 44,000 rounds this past year.
That was paid rounds. That's not the people sneaking off the 11th hole and playing 11 through 17.
Did you catch Mr.
You really don't have to
Tetreau?
talk about Mr. Tetreau, so, yeah, right.
How many times did you catch him?
Mr. Tetreau, I haven't caught. I've caught quite a few kids. I caught a few kids out there yesterday.
He's fast. Okay, any other questions, comments? Do we want to look at, there's seasonal payroll? Well, there's seasonal payroll. It's a 7% increase there. What's going on there?
The brief version.
Yeah, the seasonal payroll, basically what it is broken into two accounts, our maintenance side and our starters and rangers, and cart personnel. We were figuring on a reduced staff and reduced season, but because of the good seasons, we need more money. If we worked a full season, it'd be $152,000 on the maintenance end. So we are asking in that account, I believe it's $131,000. Excuse me, no, that's not correct. $146,000 for that line item.
I'm confused.
Which is the one going up by 17, Jer? Just what's the 17,000 for?
Well, it's all combined.
Okay, so half
One's
and half?
going, yeah. One's a $14,000 increase, and the other one is a $3,000 increase. The $14,000 increase is the maintenance, and the $3,000.
But you had said something about a quote-unquote reduced headcount. I don't see headcount going down yet.
No, not a head count. No, a reduced number of season. We're trying to stay within a time frame of hours. And because, like, tomorrow, we're opening the golf course tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, first day. 2 reasons. A, we want to get the...
Not if I don't get to bed on time.
But if we ran a full season with a full staff, if nobody called in sick, the whole 9 yards, it'd be $152,000 for the part-time personnel.
And this year's budget had how much?
We were budgeted at $130,000.
Right, so that's, it got cut back basically last year.
Right, it's been cut back each year. We are close to, and we're opening with the times that we need the staff, because we want to stay within our budget this year. Peter has to reduce the staff by coming in until July, until this budget is approved. Okay? But to run the operations without reduced staff, 2 days this week, 3 days next week, whatever, particularly opening and closing, we are requesting a budget of $146,000 for maintenance. Okay? And same thing on the seasonal payroll for, was 103, we're asking for a $2,200 increase, basically $3,000. And that is to fulfill the number of hours needed for operations.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on those, on that item? Mr. Walsh?
What is the reason for the utilities and water going up by 18,000? Is that electric costs going up, or is that water usage?
No, that's strictly the water.
Were we using more water because of the better sprinkler system we have? I don't know, what is
Well, every year it varies.
Okay.
Excuse me. Last year, it was a brutal hot summer, and water was fine. Years before, we had, I think it was 2 years prior, that rained the whole time, so the water was down. So we try to find a happy medium with the water, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not.
This budget used to be in approximately $65,000, and over the years, we'd cut it back, and then we cut it back too far, and we got caught when we had basically a drought last year during the summer.
Sure.
It's 83. So year-to-date, right now, it's 83% expended,
Yes.
which is how much is left for the next?
Well, for 2/3 of the way, it should be 66%.
Yeah.
It's going to go over.
Roughly.
And it went over the year before, too. You'll see 52,000 spent the year before.
Yeah, but that went up 20%.
Well,
But that also includes the clubhouse, the maintenance building.
No, I know, I'm just trying to.
That also includes all that, too.
Well, you're 83% spent. You're going into your busiest, theoretically busiest
Well, no,
quarter,
'cause
right?
it ends in
May, June, but that's you should be.
Hopefully, we'll have a wet May.
No, we don't
But,
want that. But they spent it the year before, too, so this line will go over budget just like a year ago, just like 2010, 9/10.
All right.
I will tell you that I do have a computer system that runs off, it's called concatenation. I just run off the evapotranspiration, which I try to put down the amount of water that has been lost to the atmosphere and whatnot. So I do have the high technology, but unfortunately, it tells me I got to throw the water, I throw the water. And like I said, it also includes the clubhouse and the maintenance building and the wash-off area, which we've been shut down again. The bio rack has been shut down, and we wash off all the equipment. That's a lot of waste of water, too.
Yeah.
2009 budget, was 142% spent. Went over by 16,000.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
That's about right.
How do we read, Mr. Flatto, the capital lines in the budget?
Yeah, just a 30-second version. There were 3 items I reduced out altogether, totaling I just did it in my head, totaling 50,000 less than the total cutback, and I left part of it to the discretion of the commission as to what to recommend cutting, because Jerry and I didn't have a chance to have a meeting with them before I came out with my budget book. And now there's 100. In other words, there's 3 items you'll see zeroed out, and then the rest of the difference is about 50,000, and all the other lines say to be determined where to find that 50,000. Now that we've allocated 100,000 of their capital out of the budget, in effect, they've got an extra 50,000, but if we want them to save 100,000, they still have to cut 50,000 beyond what I recommended. In other words, there's 50,000 they need to find of the remaining items besides the bunkers to reduce, among other things, say to be determined.
Are we replacing the same pickup truck here?
No, this is for the H. Smith Richardson, and this was in the budget last year,
So it's definitely not the
which
same?
was taken out completely last year.
Yeah, they had 2 of them taken out last year.
Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Flatto, what you're saying is you're going to recommend, or the Board of Selectmen is prepared to reduce the 247 number to 147?
No.
Yeah?
No, because the idea was to use the money toward workman's comp, so no.
Yeah, but you're reducing this 247 to 147.
Oh, the request. I'm
Yes.
sorry, right. Yes, correct. Assuming the board,
Right.
but yes.
And everything else that says TBD by commission.
Right, so-
Add that, subtract 50,000, that would be a recommendation.
Correct. Which is tough to do, but, yeah.
Got me confused.
In other words,
I want it all.
You got 3 things that are zero,
Well-
that I've recommended zeroed out, and, like the bio
Okay.
rack, the
Right.
fairway aerifier,
And if I may, I'll just tell you what.
and one of the mowers, and I left 50,000 to you guys.
Right. So obviously, we were asking for the drainage, but that's already been taken care of.
Correct.
Okay? Excuse me, the bunkers. So our next request was going to be the truck for 24,000, the 2 mowers, 2 of the 3 mowers for 99,000, and the heavy-duty utility vehicle for 19,240, which would be a total of 142,240.
Of all the things from the second item down to the bottom, plus the first item on the next page, take all those things, you guys, if we make this cut, got to find another 50,000 to cut from wherever you want.
No, I don't think so.
No, they're already cut.
No. Of all the things, starting with $24,000, starting with
Oh,
98
starting with the 24?
$24,000 going down, all the way to the second page, AccuPro, Pro, whatever.
You wouldn't cut the mowers, it's already.
No, they'd have to cut another mower. They'd have to find another 50,000 of cuts to satisfy the full 100,000.
Make it up.
100
You can make it up in the other.
The 100,000 is the bunker.
No.
If they,
If we increase the cuts to 347, you follow what I'm saying? We took 100,000 out of the budget. So, if the request goes down to 422, the cut recommended stays the same.
no, but I think what happens, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but if the 247 becomes 147,
Right.
and then if you take the $24,000 pickup, 2 out of 3 mowers, and the heavy-duty utility vehicle, you're done.
Right, but
Correct, that's what I'm,
It's 142.
And then what gets cut, right, what gets cut is the AccuMaster enclosed auto reel grinder, I know what that is, yeah. Triple plex greens mower, greens aerifier, bed knife grinder, fairway aerifier, and the BioRack water recycle. I know you already cut those
I
two.
think this is a misnomer. The 522 is the total of both pages, right, Linda?
Of the request, and you allowed them to have 247,640, which is a cut of 275, Ken.
Correct.
And
of
of
the-
that
Of
247.
the 275, 225 has been identified by the 3 things that I eliminated, the BioRack, the air filter, and the mower. Whatever that adds up to. So all I'm saying is whatever that difference is, it's not another 247,000 cuts.
You were
It's-
allowing them 247, of which you identified 99,000 for the fairway mowers. So if you back the 99,000 out of the
No,
247.
I identified 99,000, 100,000 for the BioRack, and 20, the 522 is the total of the whole budget capital, correct?
Right.
Of the 522, that's the whole budget capital,
Of the whole, of all the.
if you look at the total amount that I reduced, I reduced a total amount of
You reduced 275.
whatever that number is, 275.
Right, 275.
Of that 275, there are, the bio-rack is 100, there are the mowers of 50, and there's whatever the other item is. that I zeroed
Whatever
out.
it works, the math doesn't work.
Right, but I'm saying the 247 is not all to be determined by the commission. That's the miswritten line. The 247 is the total of what I've taken out.
Yeah,
Of
can we
which-
get a spreadsheet on it?
Of which
and
there are
what the-
three things that we,
What they recommended, because the way I added up is you guys have three things that you've identified that uses up the 142.
142, 240.
Yeah. And we need that for the 22nd if you can.
I'm sorry?
Can we get a schedule of what you would spend the 147 on, the 142 on?
Right.
By the 22nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is too, but I think the first selectman disagrees, so I think you're going to have to convince him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to let you know that when we put this money in, we weren't expecting, as we shared with the first selectman, what we're trying to do is show you what's coming down the line, okay? And that's fair. So I just wanted to share that with everyone.
No, thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments, concerns for these two gentlemen? Gentlemen, these three gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you.
May the rounds flow smoothly. Yeah, do we have any public comment on the golf courses or on Parks and Rec in general? Seeing none, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go to the not-for-profits. Again, this is question and answer. Page 105. No, we're not going to bring them up. This is just if there's any questions. This was a process I think we put in place either last year or the year before, where we don't necessarily need to hear from everybody, but 83. Thank you. But we just want to make sure that if there's any significant issues, they're
And Tom,
addressed.
I'd just like to make a quick point that...
Please, Mr.
I
Brockfield.
apologize, that we have a committee ongoing,
Yes.
headed ably by Mr. DeWitt, that is trying to make this even better in terms of structure vis-à-vis the Board of Finance. So this probably will be, hopefully, the last year we do it exactly in this format.
Thank you, and again, my apologies for you people having to stay late. We're doing the best we can. We got thrown a curveball by some holdover items, including the voting item that you saw went very late tonight. So my personal apologies and my thank you to you for staying late. Mr. DeWitt, with that, do you have any comments you want to make about your committee very briefly?
Thank you. Yes, most, if not all of our board is subcommittees, I think, is here. This is a daunting task, both from a budget perspective and actually from a personal perspective. I think everyone will agree. This is money that really can affect people very, very seriously if not funded, or if reduced, or positively affected if it's increased. And we were never going to enact any changes in this budget process, but our subcommittee did get a little bit stalled right near the end on a couple points. But I can tell you that I think the couple points that I want to bring up that I think we can all agree upon, and please feel free to disagree with me, there's really two categories here. There's what I call mandated entities. These are the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority, things that, and Mrs. Gardner sent us all the statutes the other day. These are entities that the town pays a fixed and defined amount, which I hope we are going to discuss tonight, but we're obligated by state and sometimes federal statutes to provide money to. Our goal, my goal, I'll just say that way, is going forward, that's one line item in our budget, and we spend about as much time on those items as we do street lighting. Because it's a mandated number, it's a total, we go on with our lives. And then the rest of what I would call 501c3s, right, are the real entities like Regional Youth and Adult Substance Abuse Program, which I'm looking at, that, actually, that's probably a mandate. Well, pick one, Pilot House, that provide real services that we'll probably recommend a real committee sit down, spend a lot of time with, and actually ask hard questions and do cost-benefit analysis to the town or for the town and see the benefits that they provide. But this year's budget process is going to be just as it was in previous years, which is, again, question and answer format and maybe just a couple individual questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any other comments from those committee members? Seeing none, any questions on the Regional Youth and Adult Substance Abuse Program? Okay. Pequot Library, this is the largest item in this budget on an annual basis. The budget last year was $350,000. The request was $385,000. The budget recommended by the first selectman is $350,000, a 0% year-over-year increase. Questions, comments from board members on this item?
Could I just make a quick comment?
Sure.
Just to, for the record, similar to our library, I mean, a 0% increase is in effect a cut. That's a hard thing to do, but I know some people felt I didn't cut agencies. In fact, I did in real terms, but didn't feel I had a choice.
Thank you, Mr. Flatto. Does anyone from the library want to briefly say anything? I want to give you the opportunity, sir, since you did have the cut. Good evening, and thank you for coming here, and thank you for your patience and perseverance, actually, too.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Snydacker. I'm the Executive Director of Pequot Library.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm Peter Ventriglia. I'm a representative of the board, and I'm the current treasurer.
Thank you, sir.
And I think our argument about our funding is quite simple. We provide an effective branch of the Fairfield Library that the town would have to pay 10 times the amount that you give us in our grant to fund if done on your own. We take the town grant, the very generous town grant, and increase it by threefold to make our budget. It's an incredibly efficient use of town funds. We match public dollars with privately raised money. The effective cuts that we get limit our ability to present the high-quality programs that we have been doing such a great job with. Our numbers on attendance at our programs, the quality of our programs have done nothing but go up over the past 4 or 5 years. Without an increase, we have to spend more of our time raising that additional money to keep up with inflation. Healthcare costs are a major issue for us. And we've cut back on staff. We've done everything we can. We run a very tight ship at Pequot Library, and all the while taking your money and tripling it. So we encourage you to continue to think positively about Pequot Library. We provide a very vital service. We're a 60-40 net lender to the system, to the library system. 60% of the lending that we do goes out of Pequot Library to other branches, as opposed to us requesting, our patrons requesting books from other libraries. So we're a net lender to the system. Our collection is carefully thought out, carefully purchased, carefully planned, and it adds real value to the overall system. We're talking about digital format. We provide a music database that's unrivaled, that supplements, doesn't replicate the digital services provided by the main branch. So we're providing a great service for you.
Yes, you do. And thank you very much for all that you do for the town. Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you. Do the Pequot Library, are all expenditures through the board, like, do you pay for your own utilities? This is not...
Yes, we do. Yeah. Our own pension, all the utilities, the maintenance, the staff, as Dan just described. When I was brought on, we found ways to reduce the head count and from people retiring or resigning and replacing them with part-time people so that we didn't have to pay full benefits. So we sought professionals that wanted to work 20, 21, 19 hours a week. And this is what we've had to do to innovate, to provide services without cutting our hours, with maintaining the right inventory, the right mix of books and magazines, and by becoming a lot more innovative about fundraising. We lean heavily on the efforts of our staff that run the annual fund. And the investment we made several years ago in a database that helps fundraise is now really paying off in spades. We're looking at about a 13 to 14% increase year over year in fundraising. Now, some of that's because the economy was in the tank, but 14% is good by anyone's measure.
One of the things that we do is we provide, we actually help pay for the town-wide circulation software system, the CIRCE system. We contribute, it used to be a half, but now a third of that cost. So we give back to the town in that payment. The one thing that you do for us is you plow our driveway, and that's very much appreciated, especially this year. But that's the only service or benefit that we get from the town. And again, we contribute in a sense more than we get.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
What do you think you might have to cut in order to meet the First Selectman's recommended budget?
Pardon me?
What do you think you might have to cut that you had planned to do from?
We have resisted cutting hours. We still have maintained our hours despite the budget. What we might have to cut is some of our programming. The programs are expensive. We present an inordinate number of free programs for the community, and not just for Southport, but for all of Fairfield. Our free young persons concerts that we present with Music for Youth are a huge asset to this community. Expose young people, no matter what part of town they come from, to classical music. It's an incredible educational resource, and that's something we help pay for out of our budget, and we may have to cut back on that. That's one area that we're worried about.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the
Thank
efforts
you
on
very
behalf
much.
of the town. We appreciate it. Okay, page 88 and 89, Fairfield Counseling Services. The budget is flat year over year. $15,000 was the increased request, and that was denied. Question or comments on this? Yeah, we should, just to make sure. Okay. And then I'll leave it open for the public for any comment at the end. Okay, no questions or comments on Fairfield Counseling. Page 90 and
And
91.
do you want to just,
Yes,
just
actually,
do-
you can.
do you want to
Please.
just introduce
I was going to
our-
wait till the end, but feel free.
Zimmerman,
Thank you.
the
No, please,
Director
feel
at
free.
Fairfield, at FCS.
I know it's a late night, ma'am, so I appreciate you stepping up. Thank you.
Well, I'll be very brief.
Oh, no
And,
problem.
I'm requesting a restoration of pre-recession funding, and the reason is the recession is really still an issue in Fairfield. According to the Connecticut Department of Labor, there are over 2,200 unemployed currently in Fairfield, and the rate is 7.7% of unemployed. So what we're seeing and what is very difficult, although people may be, we're seeing long-term unemployment, people have been unemployed for more than a year, especially people who are over the age of 50. There's an increase in that, as well as the loss of health benefits, so that people are not able to pay the co-pays. So we're still having to provide people with that. So it's
And that's putting pressure on your budget.
It's a lot of pressure on our budget. I've done everything I can, similar to the library. We have interns, and we've tried to cut costs that way. The health benefits are skyrocketing, as you all well know. But because it's mental health, we need to make sure that those interns are well supervised, because those are certainly ethical and professional issues along with that.
Right.
So that's just the issue at hand.
And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Okay, the Discovery Museum, pages 90, 91. Budget was $30,000 last year, $30,000 this year, $35,000. Questions, comments from board members? You know, it's a good idea. If anyone from the Discovery Museum wants to briefly say something, please feel free. I think you've earned the right from being here for the entire night. So, does anybody have a comment, please?
Hi.
Hi, my name is Jeff Bishop, the Executive Director of the Discovery Museum. We wanted to thank the town of Fairfield for their patronage and use of the Discovery Museum. Just want to say that we consider ourselves specialists as it relates to STEM education, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, and we don't think there's any more important job out there than to get our kids inspired as it relates to these topics. So we thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
A quick question, Jeff, if you don't mind,
Yes.
just for the board. Did the number of visitations from Fairfielders track? I mean, has it been up or down the last year or two, or do you have those stats? or no?
Admissions from patrons coming in?
Yeah, Fairfield residents or school children in particular?
I don't have that information on me. I can tell you that we did suffer with the construction of the Discovery Magnet School. We had a 40% drop in admissions this past year. However, since the completion of January and the addition of some new exhibits that we have, we've experienced tremendous admission growth at this point for the past 3 weeks. So that I can
Just for the record, I happen to be a board member, but I still did have to cut the requested increase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Page 92 and 93, Greater Bridgeport Regional Planning. It's the same year over year. Question?
This is a question for Mr. Hiller. Mrs. Gardner, it's too late for me, we have all the statutes. The statutes don't specifically tell us the formula to calculate any of these things. I know it's per capita, but it doesn't say,
Yeah.
and, I mean, obviously, it's $18,053. So
We
it's not
have
like
the
we pulled this
direct,
number out
we
of
have the
somewhere.
director here, Brian, and maybe he could just come up for a second and answer that, how they come up with the amount per community.
That would be great.
Welcome.
Good evening. How you doing? I'm Brian Bedoli. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Bridgeport Regional Planning Agency. Thank you for hearing our request tonight. I know it's late night for all of us here. So just in terms of how we calculate the overall local dues that we realize, it basically was developed back in 1980s. There isn't any sort of statute that actually directs that calculation process. It was based on population size, town land area, and the overall grand list. More recently, it's been used to, it essentially leverages the amount of funding that we're able to get from the State Department of Transportation and ultimately the Federal Highway Administration. So the current rate has remained the same for the past decade almost. And basically what it does is every dollar that the town gives us, it leverages $9. So currently, our local dues here, our total overall budget is about $700,000. So local dues need to represent 10% of that for us to leverage that money from the federal government. So based on the town, as I mentioned before, the population size, town land area, and grand list, that's how we come up with that 10% match for our federal funds.
And that's not specifically stated in the statute.
No. Regions are given
And that's based on
discretion.
the fact that you don't know how much government money you're going to get?
Exactly. And we've been actually operating on our continuing resolutions for the last year because the federal reauthorization bill hasn't been passed.
Right, right.
So
Okay.
I can say that we are one of the lowest, we have the lowest dues out of any region of the state.
Great. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Wish everybody well. Hope you have a bus ride home.
All right. The Autobahn Society, the request was $20,000. The first selectman approved $15,000. Question, comments, board members? Anybody from the Autobahn Society? Very quickly.
Welcome to board member and director.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Nelson North, Director of Fairfield Operations.
Mylan Bull, Senior Director of Science and Conservation.
First of all, thank you very much for your continued support. We really do appreciate it. The $5,000 cut will probably mean that we're going to have to take it out of maintenance in the sanctuaries, and hopefully it won't affect the trails more than necessary. Okay, thanks. This past winter was pretty brutal in the woods, so we've got a lot of work to do, but that may have to slide. We will not, however, cut any of the services we provide to the town, so you can be assured of that. And again, I thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks for your time and your service.
Thank you. You're doing all the heavy lifting.
Trying. All right. Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority, $30,000 from $35,000. Mr. DeWitt, I'll recognize you.
This is another one. Statute doesn't call out a formula, and every other mandated, we just pay what they ask us, but this one, the first selectman reduced. So I guess I don't understand how this was reduced. If it's Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority comes in with a number, and it's a mandated number, how we can reduce it.
Right, we kept them level. I'm trying to remember. Hi, how you doing?
Do you expect them to disagree with
I
you?
remember what I did.
Well, no.
What he said.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Tom Gorman. I'm the finance officer for the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority. And really, it's an amount that we've requested for the past 14 years that I can remember. And it's basically, this money is used to offset any operating deficits. It's not specified in the statute. When we compare other towns such as Norwalk, they contribute over $400,000 to their transit agency, and Milford in the amount of around $700,000. So it's not mandated.
Not mandated.
Not mandated.
So, okay. We technically don't have to give you any money. But there is there must be some formula other than just this is what we've done in the past?
It would affect service in
There's
the
some
region.
Fairfield routes that they used to kind of say the cost per those routes. I don't remember the correlation way back when, but when they originally had the 30,000 calculated.
This is just a historical number.
This is.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
We're up to page 98, 99, and 100, the Fairfield Museum and History Center. Mr. Jaley, come on up. Thanks. This is a $17,500 increase from $32,500 in the prior budget to $50,000. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate your time.
Good evening.
Thank you.
And congratulations, by the way, on a spectacular year.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of great programming.
I'm Mike Jaley, Executive Director of the Fairfield Museum. I'm here with two board members.
Bill Vogel, I'm the board president.
Peter Kunkel, board member.
Thank you. Do we have questions, comments from?
Yeah, just a quick, their funding over the years has varied. It was reduced a while back. I was trying to, they requested some additional support. I forget the whole history of how high it was at one point, but it had been cut. So I just felt the amount of community functions they put on has grown geometrically in the last 2 years. Free community functions and activities compared to the old headquarters building. So I just felt we needed to try to recognize that in some form.
So that's portrayed on page 99, the chart, the town funding trend, is that right?
That's correct. That's the trending town funding relative to what we expend on town public programming. And I think the first selectman was very accurate in that what we've asked in this very modest increase, which is still less than 3% of our overall budget. We are a private nonprofit. We take our duty to raise the vast majority of our funding, over 97%, from private sources. Our fundraising over the last 5 years has increased almost 2,000%. The small amount that the town gives us allows us really to leverage a lot of that fundraising. We raise over $25 per every dollar that the town provides us. So it's really just a mechanism for us to continue to do our good work. Our programming has expanded roughly 60 to 70% a year, particularly as the economy has dipped into people's opportunities for vacation, for other programming. And we also provide an increasingly significant social studies supplement to school children in Fairfield. From No Child Left Behind, a lot of those programs have been reduced. And so we work very closely with the schools. Our school attendance has also grown 75% a year. So we make a significant investment out of our own fundraising to provide those programs. This is a small portion of that, which helps us continue to leverage that relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Jaley. Questions, comments from board members on this item? Seeing none. Gentlemen, anything else to add?
No, we're tremendously grateful for the town support, and thanks for staying so late and hearing our bit tonight.
Well, thank you for staying so late. We appreciate it. And thanks for all the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to page 101, 102, the Fairfield Veterans Advisory. There is no change to this budget and no change from the request. All right, any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, nobody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to recognize Vanessa Marshall. She has taken over from Charlie Sturback, and we'd like to welcome her.
Oh, welcome, and
Welcome.
thank you.
Congratulations.
And we don't typically stay this late all the time. Each year. Yeah.
Charlie doesn't come out at night anymore, and you got me up past my bedtime.
Well, thank you very much for your service. All right, page 103 and 104, Southwest Connecticut Emergency Medical Council. That's a whole $40 change here. Any questions, comments, concerns on this budget? Seeing none, nothing from the public, I hope. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next budget. Southwestern Regional Mental Health Board, page 105 and 106. Again, a flat budget from prior year and consistent with the request. Comments, questions from board members? None? Hello?
Briefly.
Sure, please.
Hi, I'm Kim O'Reilly. I'm Executive Director of the Southwest Regional Mental Health Board. And I just wanted to thank the First Selectman for appointing a new town appointee, Nina Engstrom. It's a wonderful choice. She is a huge advocate for persons living with mental illness. In 2004, she was named a Woman of the Year by Connecticut Post. So thank you very much for...
Thank you for the recommendation.
Yeah, we're really pleased, and our municipal appointees do play a very important role in the work we do. So thank you, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you very much. And page 107 and 108, the Southwestern Regional Communications Center. This is a $1,600 year-over-year increase, consistent with the request. Questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Mr. Stone?
Is this a mandated one?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
This one definitely is.
Okay.
Okay. From the state every year. State mandate.
All right, we'll go on to page 109, the Council of Churches and Janus Center, and 110. Mr. Flatto, you want to briefly explain this one?
This goes back quite a ways, but it's basically to help a small contribution toward the Regional Funding Center for services, which is a pretty large center, the Janus Center.
Okay.
I don't remember originally how it, I guess the committee's looking at the history, but it's certainly a wonderful organization, that's for sure.
And everything is flat from year over year? Okay. Questions, comments from board members? Anyone from the public? Okay, thank you. Grassmere by the Sea, budget 2350, page 112, 113. The request was $75,000, reduced to $55,000. Last year, the budget was $75,000. Mr. Flatto, would you like to?
Yeah, just a quick comment on this one. This was kind of an internal process. Mr. Bremer and I have negotiated with the Jewish home that runs Grassmere now for the last 3 or 4 years. And originally I thought we could supplement most of this reduction through Mark Barnhart's programs We think we can do 10,000 more, but we don't think we can get the 20, so I actually plan on requesting of the Board of Selectmen to restore half this cut. But it's, not that I enjoy cutting anything, but that's where it's at.
Questions, comments from board members?
There are a few Grassmere board members here.
Okay. Any comments from those board members?
And the director, Mr. Hebert.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mike Hebert. I'm the director at Grassmere by the Sea. I'm joined by three of our board members, Lori Oricchio, Robbie Feenberg, and Ed Sheffitz, two of which are residents of the town of Fairfield and longtime supporters of Grassmere. Once again, as many have mentioned, on behalf of the Jewish Home and Grassmere, we'd like to thank the town for its continued support. And during my tenure since 2007, when I took over director, at that time, the support from the town of Fairfield was about $120,000 a year. During the transition and takeover of the management of the Grassmere Elder Care Center by the Jewish Home in 2007 from Family Services Woodfield and the town of Fairfield, the partnership that was laid out by the town would be that they would continue to support our operation, largely the rent. We were paying then around $35,000 for utilities at the former 240 Colony location, now operated by Pilot House. We consolidated the Grassmere program and the Jewish Home to try to contain cost and to put the best practices of both of our programs. We renovated the one Post Road facility. Our rent currently is $195,000 a year as opposed to $35,000, so this $20,000 cut would be a dramatic hit to our operating expenses. We, as Ken had mentioned, we do get a small grant currently from Mark Barnhart's CDBG program for case management, but there are limitations. They're anticipating a 7.5% potential cut from the federal government this year, so it's unlikely that the $20,000 in proposed cut. So we've gone from $120,000 to $80,000 to now $75,000 and now potentially $55,000. So of all the organizations that have spoke out tonight, we're one of the largest hit in terms of cuts over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. So we ask for your consideration to try
and just a
to
quick
reinstate
30-second for most board members that probably don't. The Grassmere was actually founded by the town bodies. It was an initiative in the 80s that the town wanted to have adult daycare. The town boards at the time funded it, voted for it, had a contract with FSW. They pulled out 3 years ago because they felt they couldn't sustain the costs. I was so thankful that the Jewish Home was willing to jump into the fold. Otherwise, we would have had to close down. So we just wanted to give you that history.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very
Any
much.
questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you, everybody, and thanks for your
Appreciate
service.
it. Thank you.
Mr. Tetreau, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I missed
just to clarify, we're just changing the source of the funding on this.
Well, this has
What the book says is there's a 20 grand cut. You're talking about potentially restoring 10 grand of that and getting the other 10 grand from another source. So in fact, your goal here is not to cut it at all.
That's
Am I
the goal,
correct
but-
in understanding that?
but when
That
I-
would be ideal, but we presented to the CDBG hearing a few weeks ago, and it's unlikely that they're going to be able to provide, because most of the grants, in terms of not capital renovation projects, but programmatic, are usually $10,000 in nature, and that's what we're currently receiving under CDBG. And with the proposed federal cuts, it's unlikely that we would be able to redistribute $20,000 out of that program.
Well, I have a little more optimism. Mark comes to me, we review it, then we go to the Board of Selectmen on that and make those final decisions. So it's definitely not determined, but the hope is to be close to even. That was a commitment Tom and I tried to make, but it's going to be tight.
Thank you. Just want to be sure I heard that correctly. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the Sullivan McKinney Elder Housing, page 114 and 115. Request was $10,000. It was reduced back to prior year levels to $5,000. Questions, comments on this budget? Anyone from the public have any comments on this budget? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next budget, the Fairfield Arts Council, 116, 117. The request was $15,000. The recommended is $10,000. back to the prior year level. Any questions, comments from board members on this? Seeing none to the public, good evening.
Good evening. How's everybody?
Good, and
Oh
yourself?
my gosh, we brought the whole group, I didn't realize.
My name is Kristen Fox. I'm the Executive Director of the Fairfield Arts Council, which is now the Fairfield Arts Center.
And I
This
should welcome
evening-
Kristen.
Oh,
just,
that's true. We should
just
change
started a
that in
few
our
months-
budget book, by the way.
Kristen just started as executive director a few months ago. Billie Jean moved out of town, and welcome.
She's in Martha's
Welcome.
Vineyard. Thank you. I have with me John Convertito from my board, Chairman of the Board Randy Weiss, Vice Chair Donna Orazio, David Becker in the back of the room, staff members Stephen Common and Linda Quinn, and concerned citizen Richard Peterson.
There's an explosion here.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $10,000 that you've been giving us the past few years. If it would be at all possible to increase that to the $15,000 ask, we would be eternally grateful. We would very much like to extend our operating hours on Fridays and Saturdays from closing at 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. I think that the arts as an economic driver for the town of Fairfield is a very solid case. Thank you for your consideration.
Just want to add one thing, and that is probably no other group tonight has evidence of their work in this room like the Arts Center. You know, all of these posters on the wall are part of our annual banner project, which will be coming up in a couple of months, and we're very grateful as well to be able to display them in public space like this. It is part of our mission, and last year we addressed the youth of the town, which is really also a very, very big part of our mission. So, again, as Kristen said, I'd like to also thank you all in this room for your past support, and would like you to consider our request for additional funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And just a quick question, though the hour is late, and this also was an organization and a group that formed from a First Selectman's initiative by Mr. Audley with volunteers, just so you guys know. What's the annual budget now, approximately?
Just under
Just about
150,000.
10%. Thanks.
Okay. Questions, comments from anybody? Seeing none, everyone, thank you, and sorry for the lateness of the hour, and thank you for staying.
Do some pictures while you were waiting.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. The Kennedy Center. This is budget number 2430, pages 118 and 119. The request was an increase to $10,000. Recommendation is flat, $7,000 this year compared to $7,000 last year. Questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, the Kennedy Center.
Executive Director Schwartz is here. Hi, Marty.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Marty Schwartz, I'm president of the Kennedy Center. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support of the Kennedy Center. As most of you probably know, we serve individuals with disabilities. We serve them from birth through their senior years. Over the past year, we served 1,800 individuals through your support. Our funding had been level for the past 3 years. This past year, the state, our major funding source, basically cut us by 5%. In that they had gone to an attendance-based system, and many of our people, as you know, are elderly or they have other difficulties, which sometimes creates a problem with them getting to work every day. But nevertheless, the state had a budgeted deficit, so they needed to cut, and they cut the rehab programs. So basically, that amounts, in our case, for the program that they cut, an approximate loss of $500,000, and that's, compounded by 3 years of level funding. So it's been a difficult period of time, and we know it's difficult for all municipalities, but if you could possibly consider the $10,000 request, we'd greatly appreciate it. And again, thank you very much for your interest in the Kennedy Center.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We'll go to the Mill River Wetland Committee. That's page 120 to 121. And everything is flat at $5,000. Questions, comments on this? Seeing none, anybody from the public, please?
Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Charlene Braun-Schindler. I'm the Vice President of the Board of the Mill River Wetland Committee. I'm also the Director of the study group. We appreciate everything that you have done to support us, and thank you again for supporting us this coming year. Our program has been in existence for 40, well, the Middle River Wetland Committee's been in existence for 44 years now, 43 with curriculum. And we supply the curriculum for 1/3 of the science in all 3rd through 6th grade in all the public schools here and in all the parochial schools in our town. So it's over like 3,500. Last year, it was 38. Yeah, last year was like 3,600 kids that we had go through through our program, whether it be in the classroom and in the most important part that they love and that we need the most money for is our study trips that go out to the river or the estuary. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much.
I've never asked this in all the years. Is there an estimate of the cost? It's mostly volunteer, I know, but what the cost would be, is what the schools are kind of saving in science costs in total, I guess? I mean, it's got to be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We had 242 volunteers taking out the, as far as what a study group is considered, is 507. 507 trips were conducted with 242 volunteers. So that's a lot with these 3,500 kids. And so I couldn't even imagine, because we don't get that much money from the school. But, and all of our curriculum has been volunteer written until this year, where we're doing some revamps, and those people want money. So we have saved incredible amounts of money on curriculum, revisions, design, and everything. So it's been a pure volunteer organization until recently, except for office and gear and our trainers. So, yeah. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the Pilot House, pages 120 and 123. The request was $10,000. The first selectman's reduction was to $8,000, which is consistent with the prior year. Any questions from board members? The Pilot House is here this evening. Hello, how are you?
Hi. I'd like to thank you all. My name is Doreen Caruso. I am the director and co-founder of the Pilot House. I'm sad to hear, Mr. DeWitt, that we seem to possibly be on the chopping block next year. I do invite anyone from this committee and from the first selectman to come and visit what we do. We do provide a valuable service. Yes, it is a new addition to the town of Fairfield, but we do provide a service that our children are legally entitled to by the State Department of Education, especially our children who have autism. They are entitled to extracurricular activities, which we are not providing for them. So we do provide a very invaluable service to the town of Fairfield.
The schools are not providing.
The schools are not providing, correct. But if you read through the State Department of Education guidelines for educating just specifically a child with autism, they are entitled to that, which we are not doing. And we don't just service children with autism. We also have children with other significant physical challenges that attend our program. So I invite any of you to come and see what we do on a day-to-day basis. I am the director. I probably spend, you can see, as you all are here as well, I volunteer approximately 55 hours a week and do not draw a salary because I am invested in what service we do provide to the town of Fairfield and what our students are needed, as well as the service that we provide to the families of free counseling. Having a child with special needs does inhibit family relationships as well as siblings and impact, which we do provide counseling for the entire family. So it's not just a special needs child. We are, on a day-to-day basis, affecting all families in this town. So I invite any of you to please come and see what we do. Thank you. And we do thank you for the support that we do get. We are very appreciative.
And just a quick question,
Sure.
and Doreen, I apologize I didn't come to the event. I
That's
had on my
okay.
schedule, but I was going to ask you if I was there. What's the total budget approximately now that you guys?
Our budget right now, we've grown significantly since we started 4 years. We started originally 6 years. I started originally with a special ed PTA here in town, and we did a pilot program of a summer camp, which we started with 20 students. This year, we've raised to over 160 students that we provide summer camp to. Which is an amazing, amazing number. So we've grown from a very small budget of probably $50,000 to over $250,000. We just received Doug Flutie grant for $10,000, which puts us on the map that we are a valuable service because they're not too quick to hand out grants to small organizations. So we are a very strong grassroots operation. We've raised over, our budget this year is $50,000 for fundraising, which we've done. So we do appreciate the $8,000, but we do have a $250,000 budget that we are meeting. But the $8,000 is greatly appreciated from, it does help. Every little bill does help. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organization for all the services they provide. All right. The Center for Women and Families, page 124, 125. Last year was $6,100. The recommendation this year is $6,100, which is a reduction of the $10,000 that was requested.
Mr. Flynn, I am going to recuse myself because of any appearance of impropriety, because my fiance is the presenter, so I'm going to step out for a moment.
And if I could, I noticed, or I should say a few of us noticed, there's a typo in the handout that said 30,000, but it should have been 10,000.
We'd be happy to take the $30,000.
We have 10,000. That's a typo you like.
It says 300.
Any questions or comments from board members on this? Okay, please.
All right. My name's Susan Schnitzer. I'm one of the directors at the Center for Women and Families. For those of you who don't know who we are, we've been serving the greater Bridgeport area, including Fairfield, as an agency for 116 years. Started as a grassroots organization, became a YWCA. About 2 decades ago, our mission grew into working with domestic and sexual violence survivors. We've since encompassed, we do a lot of work with teen dating violence, and we're really the primary resource for intervention, advocacy, and for prevention education. Last year we saw 263 Fairfield residents, so not as impressive as some of the other numbers, but the impact that our services have on the lives of these families are invaluable. We also do about 1,500 students in Fairfield get the prevention education. We don't go in and talk to them about sex, which a lot of people think we do. We go in, we do a lot of bullying prevention, healthy relationships, how to interact with other people. We do work with the older kids on teen dating violence. We had a couple of wonderful groups at Fairfield Ward High School this year that were really girl empowerment groups. We do have a group for boys as well. It's just trying to find a home to do it in. And the most exciting thing we've had this year in the town of Fairfield is my director worked for a while with us for Selectman Flatto on opening a satellite center. So again, I'd like to invite anyone who hasn't been down there to come and see us. We're at 100 Mona Terrace at the Senior Center. They've been fabulous partners. The women in the front office, Claire Grace, we sit right next to Department of Social Services, where we've actually been able to just walk out a door and share clients back and forth. So it's been absolutely phenomenal. So we appreciate the 6,100. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if we could bump it up to the $10,000 or $30,000. But we really do appreciate it. And as everyone says, it's every little bit counts, and it's a little bit more than the money too. It's really showing the collaboration that we have with the town of Fairfield, and that we're really working on this coordinated community response. So,
thank you very much. We appreciate your service.
Thanks.
Questions,
And
comments?
just a quick, we would say, just for the record, there's almost self-funded because there's a small rent for the space that the town now gets that we didn't have before. The space was a small 8x10 room that when the nurses moved to the portable area behind behind Fairfield Senior Center, as Sherry reminded me yesterday, the space was not being used, so it's a win-win. And it's
Great.
an amazing program. Please visit.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the
Sherry had a question.
Just had a quick
not-for-profits.
question. Susan, 1 second. Just what would you do with those additional funds? What would that help you with?
We're currently, our office hours out there are, we're 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, from 9 to 1. We originally we're going to fund a part-time position with our capital campaign. We are not in the place to do that right now, so we're actually taking existing staff, which we're already kind of overdrawn on, and rotating through the office. So it would really help us, work towards hiring another person. It wouldn't get us to that, but it would definitely work towards that, and we could probably leverage that that money. We did leverage, the first year we received funding from the town of Fairfield, we actually went to Monroe, and because we could show that we were getting funding from another town, it did help us secure funding in that area.
So you'd stay open longer, is what you're saying? You'd have additional hours?
We
with
would
this
actually be
extra
able to
funding?
stay open the same hours right now. Right now, we're really stretching to do it, and it's become very difficult.
Okay.
We're using admin staff sometimes out there. And we are open, we do have the office 9 to 5, or 9 to 4 really out there, so we are using it with staff coming from our office to see clients in Fairfield who can't come during those hours.
Thank you once again. All right, with that, we've come to the end of our regularly scheduled program.
Chairman,
Here are a couple thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Hang on, here's a couple thoughts. Next week, or first of all, remember this Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. at the Senior Center. Please be there a bit early so that we can be set up. Next week, for our meeting on Tuesday, March 22nd, we are first going to start with an executive session to discuss a bit more about the contingency and some open items in that area. Secondly, we're going to come back into public session. We're going to discuss setting salaries for the positions of first selectman and for town clerk for the next 4-year period, beginning with the next election cycle.
Don't forget the Board of
And
Selectmen,
for the
Tom.
Board of
Don't
Selectmen.
forget us.
I've heard you're going to be cut.
Well, actually, before you leave that subject, in all seriousness, I really want to,
In
if you don't
fact,
mind.
I think I just heard you're going to be cut by $3,900.
In all honesty, I kind of want to thank the Board of Selectmen tonight. We literally have been with a half-an-hour break for dinner, 4 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We've now done 2 full days in a row of work, most of us, and we certainly don't get overtime. So I want to thank the board for another 8 hours of work. But it's productivity at its finest.
Yes.
We don't
The
get
other-
overtime.
Yeah, the other items we have to finalize what I would call the finance area of the budget. So after we get done with the contingency discussion, after we set the salaries, we're going to hear from the final few departments, which we're all very much aware of and familiar with, and then we're going to go into our deliberations and our open discussion where it's just us, we do not go to the public, and we're going to chat about our overall thoughts on the budget. Okay? And that's the state of play for the next couple of meetings. Mr. DeWitt.
If I make, I don't know if I'm out of order making a recommendation, but I took a quick look at the budget book, and I would ask that the Selectmen, Board of Selectmen, look at and possibly recommend to the Board of Finance going forward that we bond every capital outlay over $50,000, take that $425,500, and then apply that to the internal service fund. So if we're going to think out of the box, there's another $425,000.
And just one 30-second thought, I mean, it's appreciated. Just keep in one mind, it does potentially create, as the phrase they used before, a funding cliff for the year after, because, you know, most of those capital are recurring, like, you know, vehicle replacements and.
Nope.
So you're talking about outside that stuff? Okay. Okay, well, it's worth checking out.
Within the guidelines of our bonding, which is no cars, no sidewalks, none of that, these numbers are all, in fact, I'll be happy to make a list
Yeah,
of what I
it'd
found.
be good to,
Send it to
we'll
the
share
board
some
tomorrow.
sidebar notes. Yeah,
That's great.
thank you.
It's fine.
That'd be great.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Heller, real quick.
Two quick things. First off, I did just pass out to the board for distribution the minutes from the meeting of 4 years ago when the salaries for the first selectman, the town clerk, and
I haven't gotten that. Oh, there they are. They stopped here.
coming down the line.
Please
were
take these,
discussed
gentlemen.
as a format for that. Secondly, and I don't know if anyone's here.
Mr. Chair?
I make a motion to
Wait.
adjourn?
Hang on.
Inadvertently, the first selectman
Most of the airport,
had
didn't we?
recommended within his budget a $10,000 contribution to the Fairfield Community Theater Foundation. I don't know, Mrs. Gardner talked to Mr. Redgate today. I don't know if anyone is here from that organization. or not.
Yeah, thank you. Just, I apologize that Paul brought that up. Inadvertently, it was left out of the budget book, but we had talked about doing it, so but I think it's probably not I got to find out what the status is and then talk about it at the Board of Selectmen, but
Okay.
thank you for reminding me about that, Paul.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Can we
Mr. Witt?
delay that motion to an hour certain? I mean, we can wish happy St. Patrick's Day in just 7 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to dip into the soda
We
breath.
could say top of the morning to you.
And not
Do
to
I
men-
have a second?
Not to mention March
All in
Madness starting
favor?
tomorrow.
Opposed, abstentions. Thank you, everyone.
We voted.
I hope all of you will join us at Garden Expo this weekend. It's the
Yes,
major
thank you,
fundraiser
Shelley.
for Middle River Wetland Committee.